now open the public hearing of the Standing Committee on Primary Industries inquiry into factors shaping social licence and economic development outcomes in critical minerals projects across Australia in Sydney. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands from which we meet today and pay respects to the elders past and present of the Indigenous peoples all across Australia. This hearing will be audio broadcast and the transcript of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, and I'll kick off. Meryl Swanson, Federal Member for Paterson and Chair of the Primary Industries Committee.
Jamie Chaffey, Deputy Chair of the Primary Industries Committee and Member for Parks.
Lovely.
Ash Ambi-Haberha, the Federal Member for Barton.
And Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs, Adelaide.
And I'll now welcome representatives of the Local Government New South Wales Association to give evidence for the Hansard record. Would you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. Phyllis Miller, Board Member of Local Government New South Wales and Mayor of Forbes and part of the Parks electorate.
Wonderful.
And David Reynolds, Chief Executive of Local Government New South Wales. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Now, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standings as the proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I'd now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to a broader discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear before you today. As I said, my name is Phyllis Miller and I am a board member of Local Government New South Wales, and that is the peak body that represents local government right across the state. Our President, Darcy Byrnes, extends his apologies as he is unable to attend today. Critical minerals and mining broadly underpin Australia's and New South Wales' economic prosperity, especially in the communities that host these projects. Councils recognise the mining sector's positive contributions, including jobs, economic growth and regional investment. However, host communities do not currently receive a fair share of the benefits that the mining industry generates. Council also deliver much of the local infrastructure that enables mining and other extractive industries, including roads and water infrastructure. Council's contribution and localised impacts must be matched with adequate funding and support. To secure social licence and deliver fair economic outcomes, benefits must flow to the host communities and impacts must be managed. Communities need fair and consistent state and federal frameworks to support locally sustainable projects. While mining generates substantial royalties and tax revenue for state and Commonwealth governments, councils in host communities do not receive their fair share to address local impacts or invest in the infrastructure and services required to sustain social licence for mining operations, which can be disruptive. Councils are central to the place-based planning, enabling investment and supporting community transition, but capacity is constrained by insufficient funding and staff resourcing. 4 of our key recommendations are that the New South Wales Government introduce a new improved funding mechanism for mining impacted communities that restores fairness and supports the resilience of the communities. That the Australian Government restore financial assistance grants to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, and that the New South Wales and Australian governments provide funding support directly to local government to guide a coordinated approach to land use and economic opportunities for post-mining related land to support communities impacted by historical and future mine closures. That critical minerals proponents commit to strengthening their social licence through measures including local employment, workforce development, local procurement and fair contribution to the local services and infrastructure. I thank you and we are happy to take any questions that you would like to ask us.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Miller, and we do appreciate you being with us today very much. We know you've travelled, so thank you so much. And it is important that the committee hears broadly from a range of people who are involved, not only from local government perspectives but all perspectives, and really it's a good way to kick off our broader hearings across the country. My experience in this is in the Hunter region, and we have extensive mining, coal mining, and broadly I think our communities are very supportive and have an understanding of mining, but there is always contestability, whether that's land use or local infrastructure. So I'm just really interested in drilling down with you a little bit more on the pressures that are put on local government from extractive industries. And I know you've made some good suggestions about the federal assistance grants, and I know that's been an ongoing campaign. But maybe we could just drill down, and if you want to cite some examples from your own shires or from local governments, it's carbon dating me, isn't it, calling it shires, local government organisations and areas, just on the impacts that you do feel, whether they're infrastructure or roads, and more broadly how we do look at resolving those.
Yes, I think importantly we should have the benefits of mining are very important. I want to put that up front. When we're in drought, the only thing that we have got, if we've got mines in our area, we've got them generating economic growth and finances for our communities. But some of the big things with the mining industry is our roads, of course our roads, our housing availability, that comes under terrible pressure with mining industry, and of course our water and sewer systems, which we are responsible for maintaining and building. Of course they're some of the really key areas that are really tough on local governments, because mostly where the mines are, the councils aren't the biggest councils in New South Wales.
Yeah, look, I might just add a few things to that, and good morning, and thank you for your time. I think you've hit on some of the key factors there around how the mines continue to be good citizens in these communities that they bring such benefit to. So heavy vehicles on local roads obviously is a funding question for councils that's not necessarily offset by an income stream that comes from the profit that's generated, not just in the council area that hosts the mine, but potentially in surrounding LGAs in the regions that host the working populations, host the transport routes, and I suppose host the community amenity that's used by the mines as well. So Phil has talked about housing and water and sewer, but certainly roads are a key factor. When you bring mines, you bring population, so there's a consumption element around community services and amenities as well. And of course that brings rating, but parks, libraries, community facilities, those sorts of things that actually build community are essential as well. So if you look at the funding pathways that have existed previously, particularly in the New South Wales context, up till about 23-24, there was a Royalty to Regions program which has been replaced by a Regional Development Trust Fund in New South Wales. Royalty to Regions, whilst not perfect, and the financial assistance grants, while not perfect, actually gave some dollars and some autonomy to the councils that hosted the mines in their communities to then be able to reflect that local need based on what you needed to do to serve that population. So in 23-24, that last year of resources to regions, in New South Wales there was about $5.5 billion generated in terms of royalties from minings. Just over 2.5% of that, so about 140 million of that came back to New South Wales communities through councils, and that program doesn't exist anymore. So there's some funding gaps there. One of our suggestions for this committee's consideration is clarity and I suppose some consideration of pathways about how to deliver that benefit that comes from mining, and we're supportive of that, but how that comes more directly back to communities to provide those services, to provide roads, to help with water and sewer outside of Sydney. There's 90 local water utilities outside of the Sydney and Hunter metropolitan region. which, based on the New South Wales Auditor General's last report, need $1 billion this year to bring their infrastructure up to satisfactory condition. We know that there's probably about $5 billion worth of work to bring their overall amount of infrastructure up to a long-standing condition out of that same set of facts. So we think there's some big gaps there. Obviously, we're talking about large-scale economic contributors here, which we want in our communities, but we think that consumption of need can be better balanced against what they're able to provide for it.
And can you just explain, so this trust that's replaced the royalties for regions, how does that work in a functional way? Like how do you see the money, or is it working, is it not working? And feel free to, you know, be clear and transparent. Yes, that's what we're really after, Councillor Miller. We need the truth.
Minister Moriarty, and she might be able to answer that question better than what we can, because we don't understand it. It's very frustrating. I cannot say any more about that.
Okay. So it's not serving a functional purpose. Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's difficult territory for us as a sector. There's $350 million there that the current New South Wales government has set aside into a regional development trust over about a 4 or 5 year period. There's a regional development trust board that sits there, which does not have local government representatives on it. It has people that have some experience in that, but there's no direct council representation there. It's able to be applied for by councils when it releases rounds of funding, but it's also able to be applied for by others. And so it's not a pathway that comes direct to councils with a use that can go to roads and infrastructure and other types of things. It's more around generating economic activity, so it does some good things, but certainly it's a very different pathway to what has existed previously. And so, whilst we're thankful for some money, it's certainly not the same type of funding over a period of time that the royalties for regions provided. Yep.
And it runs out very quickly.
Sure,
Mr. Reynolds. Thanks, Chair. So, Mr. Reynolds, is there a departure from the Regional Development Trust from the previous royalty to regions set up? Like, do they operate distinctively differently or not?
Completely differently.
How did it work previously?
It went back to those local host councils, resources to the regions. Every council that was hosting a mine got a certain amount of money. It's now put in a pool. Anyone can put in for it. And I think that's most probably fair. If there's councils that are, you know, hosting people that work at the mines, certainly, but the quantum of money is going nowhere. And it's the bane of our life in local government, representing our member councils, trying to encourage government to please reinstate resources to the regions, even the quantum of money, if they want to change the criteria, but get the quantum back up where it should be.
Thanks. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor Miller and Mr. Reynolds, thanks for your attendance here today and your submission you put forward to the inquiry as well. I have several questions, but I'd like to start with this one. So post-mining land use is identified as a major gap. There are billions in royalties and taxes that are collected and no direct funding flows to communities to plan their economic transformation after the mines close. What is Local Government New South Wales' position on the appropriate funding model for this? Should it come as a royalty percentage? Should it be a reform to the Financial Assistance Grant Act? Or should it be from a dedicated Commonwealth grant fund?
In relation to the rehabilitation of the mining industry, I think that we've got better at approving mining throughout Australia now. When those development applications are done, there is that critical work done that when that mine finishes, the rehabilitation's there. But if you think about the mines that we've got in New South Wales, I can only speak for New South Wales, that were approved long before any good conditions were put there. This is where I believe that the federal government has to come in with assistance to be able to rehabilitate those mining sites that did not have conditions. They should be putting some of those income from those mines away now, ready for when that needs the rehabilitation.
So I'll just clarify, maybe I've worded that not as well as I wanted to then. So it's more to do with within the community, when there is a mine, whether it be critical minerals or any other minerals that's developed, and there's a boon to that community. Once that mine closes, and we're seeing similar things in the Hunter Valley at the moment, what support is there for that community from any of those forms, as I suggested, for government to assist that community to be sustainable post the mine closure? Not so much the rehabilitation or the operation, but it's when the mines are gone. This inquiry is about economic development and social licence. So it's great that we build these things, and we should, and I'm fully supportive of all of that, but what I'm concerned about is what we leave behind when the mine closes. Where's that place for government after the billions of dollars of royalties and taxes are achieved by the Commonwealth Government? How should the government act, and in what way to support that community?
I think it's piecemeal, but I'm going to hand to David. I'll throw the ball here. I think at the moment, when a mine closes and that, what's happening in the rehabilitation of those communities is piecemeal. It's very, very all over the shop. So, David, you can answer it better than that. That would be great.
I don't know about better, Madam Mayor, but I'll try and help the committee as much as I can. Look, I'd split it into three separate phases. I think in the commencement and the establishment of the social licence phase, there should be good contributions around infrastructure, there should be good contributions around community building and winning that social licence at the start. So whether that's making sure that things like water, sewer, waste, roads, for want of simple categories, are set up well to start with, and you actually build communities and build some depth of community infrastructure around these large economic engines. I think then if you move to the next phase, really simply, it should be about building capacity and building employment and skill and opportunity for communities when the mining activity finishes. Clearly, it's going to generate wealth and product and economic activity in a surrounding sense. So, you know, primary, secondary and tertiary layers of benefit come out of these facilities. But that second phase needs to be about making sure that that opportunity to grab some of that income along the way is not lost, so that it can be reinvested and that the community grows as a particular result. If I come really simply to the third phase, then it's about what happens afterwards. That's where we think federal government can work better directly with local government to make sure that whether it's a question of remediation, whether it's a question of reskilling or transitioning workforces to different other productive uses of their skills, that third phase is really crucial. So it's not just the mine closed and left town and what do we do now, it's we've had benefit along the way, we've got transferable skills, we've got some community ability to respond, and we've had good engagement and good citizenship from both the population and the mine along the way. We think that's probably the best answer across those three phases. I would argue, though, that it's not taking the economic return out of mines shouldn't be a substitute for a proper discussion around financial assistance grants, because I think if you increase that funding source but then tie it to a particular outcome, you're again starting to remove some of that autonomy and some of that need for councils to represent their community wishes more broadly rather than just in one sphere.
So, in understanding your response then, should there be a funding mechanism from the Commonwealth back to those communities, as I said, through either a royalty percentage or reform to the Financial Assistance Grants Act, so there's a component for those who are affected, or maybe affected's the wrong word, because I see it as a benefit, or from some other dedicated Commonwealth fund similar to what you've got or had by the New South Wales State Government for R2R?
I'm reluctant to tie something else into our financial assistance grants. I mean, they are the lifeblood of local government, and you know how they've been cut back all the time. Putting mining in there, eventually we will get other things put in there, and we won't have any way to do what we need to do with our financial assistance grants. Not everyone's got a mine in their town. I don't think it should have anything to do with financial assistance grant. That's my personal opinion. I believe there has to be another funding mechanism, a serious funding mechanism where we are, 5 or 10 years out of that mine closing. We know when a mine's going to close, mostly, we should be starting to generate jobs, industry, and get those communities so that there will be life after that mines. And I think that should come out of the royalties and the taxation revenue that the governments receive from the mining industry.
So there should be some funding stream from the Commonwealth to those communities.
Yes, but not fags.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to pick up on the idea of and a benefit in terms of local government and building social licence around. And I think we're now sort of broadly in a mining conversation, and I think that's fair enough, because critical minerals is obviously, you know, an extractive industry, so it broadly fits within that. But I'm also really curious as to, in your experience, the benefit that you've received directly from mines. So whether they're, and I'm not talking about economic benefit, I'm not talking about wages, I'm not talking about input into the local economy. I'm talking about direct funding, grants and assistance to local governments. And I know that mines often will have programs where they sponsor a local football team, or they invest in, you know, a medical research facility. But I'm interested in whether or not you think there is opportunity there for there to be some direct funding agreements or payments from those miners to their local government area.
We have that, really. I've got to speak highly of the mines. We've got North Parks and we've got Evolution in West Wyalong, and I'm Forbes in the middle of that. Both of those mines contribute to our communities. We go to them on projects we've got. They've got funding regimes, and we go to their begging bowl and say, could we have some money for this? They're very, very quick to help with anything medically, you know, attracting doctors, and they have certain events that help the community have some finances to go out and attract those doctors. They help with the arts. They're trying to leave legacy projects behind so that when that mine closes, I know, for instance, Evolution in West Wyalong, they want to know that they've left these great projects that they've done in communities. So we've kind of got that, and it's all over the shop. You know, we get it, and you still get the football club, or they'll come and they'll have a tree planting day, or they'll build something on our lake. You know, they're very good contributors to the local community, and they're very good good citizens, all of them, and they're all transient population, but they come into our communities and they become part of the community.
Okay. And just in terms of building social licence, because I think this is something that local government really has a role to play, and again, I'm very concerned about the jurisdictional intersections, if I can say, between local government, state planning and approvals processes, and then over the top of that, the federal government intersection with things like the EPBC. And I'm constantly hearing often from miners and from proponents that we talk about productivity all the time in Australia, but it's just so slow. You know, if you've got an existing mine and you put in a modification, and I've got mines in my seat going through this at the moment, and I've got mines in neighbouring seats going through this. They've got a workforce to maintain, and they want to keep extracting and moving dirt, but they've got a modification in, and between all of the different agencies, whether they be local, state or federal, it just gets ground to a halt in the bureaucracy. So I'm really interested in your experience and I'm not laying blame at your feet for this. I'm just interested in your experience with dealing with those state and federal agencies when it comes to the approvals process, because we're going to very rapidly, and need to, quite frankly, very rapidly for some of these critical minerals projects. We want them stood up as quickly as possible, but we want them done with good social licence. We want to bring our communities along with us, but how do we make that happen? And what's your experience from past projects, not necessarily necessarily critical minerals, but it will be probably coal and other extractive industries, gold, and I know you've got copper and all sorts of things happening in your patch. But how do we improve that interface between local government and the other approval agencies?
Can I just say, I really want to make this clear. When it comes to a modification with a mine or any kind of development application, that's state significant. We have very little to do with it.
Okay.
The only thing that, Madam Chair, that we get to do, we'll get sent an EIS and expect a comment on it. Now, it could be 1,000 pages. We would have to employ someone for a week or two to make a response to that, you know. This is all at our cost. So, firstly, I want to say it's not local government that has any say in relation to modifications. They're state significant developments and the state does that. We certainly stick our nose in if we need to, and we think that there's a problem, we'll go straight to the state. But only by the grace of God someone takes notice of us, you know. But we do not have a lot of say when it is state significant development. Many times states will come in and they'll build whatever they like, do whatever they like, and we don't even know about it.
Okay. And just on that, I've got two spin-offs from this. Do you think there's a role for AI in this? Because, you know, to your point of employing someone for a week to read through a 1,000-page EI environmental impact statement, and, you know, I'm more and more talking to people who are actually saying, well, no, we ran it through AI, and what would have taken us a month has now taken us, you know, hours. And it's so is there a role for that, firstly? And then, and I'll let you talk about that, and if you've had any.
I'm sure there would be. David, you can have the AI one. I've put some AI things in, holy moly. Some of the things I've got out aren't quite right.
Yes,
some are good,
yeah.
but some aren't.
Yeah,
so
no,
you
hallucinations are real.
I'll just chat to you to my response. Look, I think there's a role for AI, I suppose, when you're thinking about metrics and when you're thinking about comparative information, I think there's very much a role there. What AI can't do is put that planning information into its social context in the particular local government area.
Yes.
So there's an ongoing need for that special expertise and that special local knowledge about how a particular industry or outcome will affect a community on the ground in its particular place. So I think there are some real capacity questions in both the state and federal government around their planning pathways. If I think about all the planning activity that New South Wales has going on at the moment, it's trying to balance housing outcomes under a housing accord. It's trying to balance renewable energy zones, you know, numerously across the state with dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of really complex energy projects that are happening around the state, which are all state government planning approvals. They're not council approvals. There's then hundreds of kilometres of transmission lines that go with that. On top of that, there's existing mines and what we do with those transitions, and then there's burgeoning critical mineral extraction with its activities, but then also the other economic activities and businesses and development approvals that need to go into supporting economies to make sure that the primary activity can happen. That's complex. There's a role for AI and initial assessment, but I don't think it displaces the person at the end actually putting two eyes on it with experience and saying, well, the numbers say it will work, but I know that this is the nuance here. I think on a
Human oversight, I think they call that, which is very important. Yes.
I think that's right, because at the end of the day, if someone comes asking and knocking on the door and saying, well, hang on, we've got an issue or a question here, they're not going to go back to the computer and ask the computer how, you know, what happened there. They're going to look for a person, and I think that's fair enough. I think there are some good mechanisms around voluntary planning agreements and around being good citizens before you put in the next application, so that you've got that level of trust and engagement happening along the way. I'm hoping the transcript's picking up my answer and not the answer outside, but Madam Chair, I hope that goes to some of your points.
Sure. Miss Anna,
Yes,
please.
That's all right,
Yes.
Chair. So I used to be a councillor in Georges River, which is in Metro City. So I think I'm the only city slicker on this committee. But I'm just quite curious, and maybe if you can provide some reflections around rate variations and that connection with operations of mining in the regions, and how that might also connect with that's sort of the social license piece. Is that something you could talk
With
on?
the rate variations, mining industry has a good rate if you're in a mining area, and that mine generates very good rates, and I'll say that. But when that mine has an offset and they've got other land, and that could be farming land, you're only going to get a farming rate for that. Whereas you should be getting the mining rate for that offset of that farming land. And we believe that that's a real error in our rating system, that anything relating to that mine's operation that is an offset, whatever category land it is, we should be getting the mining rate for that land. I think that's
Probably
our position.
the layer that I would add to that, and
Yep.
I'm a city person as well, you're only allowed by IPART to increase your overall rate take by a certain percentage each year.
Yep.
So if you've got a really successful mine, you can't just go and decide to charge them more because you're charging other people less and raise the amount of rates you're taking each year. You can change the mix within the cap that's allowed by IPART. So instead of having a split between mining, farmland, residential and
Yep.
commercial, and mixing that split around, that's all you can do.
Yeah.
You can't decide that you need to raise more rates yourself and go and charge mining more. You need to go through that special variation process to lift your whole cap,
Yep.
and then you could change the mix underneath at the same time. So there's a relationship, but it's not as direct as it might seem in the first instance.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Yeah.
Deputy Chair, you wanted to pick up on that line of questioning?
Yeah, that was actually one of the questions that I'd written down is in your submission that you've raised the biodiversity offset land rate issue, where mining companies are purchasing offset land in different local government areas, and it's been rated as farmland, not mining, depriving the host council of the rates revenue. Has Local Government New South Wales quantified the total rate revenue gap this creates across the New South Wales councils, and if so, can you provide any figures to us?
No, we haven't.
Would you be able to at some point?
We can do whatever. Most definitely we could do that.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
we're happy to take that question
Yeah.
on notice and see if we can quantify that number for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try and do that. That'd be great.
Yep. Thank you.
And we are getting our rate pegging is starting to get better. We're IPART looking over the rates. We're starting to get some really good changes where we need them, but it's still not perfect.
Keep going, please, Jamie.
Another. Oh, okay. I've got another question, and that's in relation to a specific council you've listed in your submission, Park Shire Council, talking about, there was a resolution at the New South Wales Annual Conference describing, that was specific about the resources for region-style program. The R2R parks are saying was very significant for them while it was available from New South Wales Government for infrastructure particularly, that was impacted in their community. Are you able to expand on the types of infrastructure that councils struggle to be able to fund because of the affectation of mining within their communities, and then therefore the reliance on other funding streams, whether it be from the state or the Commonwealth, which is a little on from the first question that I asked, is just what is that impact that really councils financially are struggling with to maintain that extra load on infrastructure? What does that actually look like on the ground?
I just know my circumstances more. I suppose water is a very critical need for the mining industry, and that I know that has put a lot of stress on Park Shire Council, my neighbouring council, in order to get pipelines, and there've been very big projects, and you've got to go to the begging bowl to try and get the money to be able to build them. That's been difficult. But our road network, we're talking mining, and it's all heavy vehicle, and our road network, even with our road to recovery funds, which we're extremely grateful for those, they have kept the lifeblood into our local roads, but we desperately still need to make sure that our road network is getting this product to market. and it all comes off local roads. 90% of the mining industry all comes off onto a local road before it joins up with a state or federal road.
For New South Wales, LG New South Wales, do you have any specific data that might relate to the backlog of infrastructure in, well, let's say, regional New South Wales, and we don't have mines in the city metropolitan areas, that if you don't know now, you might be able to share with us at a later point?
Yeah, we can certainly provide some data on the investment that would be required to return those classes of assets to satisfactory conditions. Councils have to do that as part of their financial accounting process every year, so we can look to collate some of that. Obviously in New South Wales, the difference for us in Victoria, as you travel nationally with this, is that we have rate capping. So we don't have an ability just to have an open conversation with communities each year about the cost of getting back to whatever that community with the council might consider satisfactory. But yes, we can provide some of those numbers, and they're in the billions. Yep.
Excellent. Look, I want to thank you for your time and your evidence today and your attendance. The additional information, the Secretariat will be in contact with you to give you a time frame on that, and you'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence to make any errors correct. But
Can I just get clarity on Mr. Chaffee's previous question? You were talking about the royalties to regions fund, not the Roads to Recovery fund, is that correct?
The Road to Recovery Fund's totally
No,
out.
that's right. They're two different things, but you
So
referenced it as R to R,
Yep, so
which is
from the
commonly
state
referred
program.
to as the Roads to Recovery. I just want to make sure that it's clear that we're talking about
R4R,
the
sorry.
R4R.
R4R is
Royalties
royalties
for
for the
the
Four
regions.
Yep, okay.
Sorry.
We've got all that.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
We don't want to get them mixed up. 'cause
No, that's right.
We've still got our Road to Recovery. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very
excellent. Now, look, thank you. As I said, you'll be given a copy of your transcript so you can correct any errors. Look, thank you so much for your time and your wisdom today. Very much appreciated.
much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Very good. Do we have our next witness on the line? Okay. I'd now like to welcome Associate Professor Shumi Akhtar to give evidence today. For the Hansard Record, Associate Professor, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. My full name is M. Shumyata, and I'm appearing today in my capacity as an Associate Professor of Finance at the University of Sydney and as an independent academic researcher and scholar. And my views expressed today are my own and do not represent the official position of the university. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as the proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I'd now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would love to. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to come before this hearing. So to begin my statement, Australia has a major strategic opportunity in critical minerals, which are central to clean energy, advanced manufacturing, technological innovation, and economic security. The government's critical minerals strategy recognizes that Australia's advantage lies not only in our geology, but in our ability to become a trusted supplier, expand purchasing capabilities, and create regional jobs and share benefit with the regional and Indigenous communities. However, achieving those benefits require a practical, evidence-based, and responsible strategy that avoids creating greater long-term costs for the environment, communities, and future generations. For example, my research at the University of Sydney shows that the mining corporations generally score lower on ESG performance compared with the non-mining firms. More concerningly, within the mining sector itself, critical minerals companies tend to record the weakest ESG performance. And that gap is particularly significant in the context of social license, especially given that many projects are located on or near Indigenous lands where the issue of consent, consultation, and long-term community impact are critically important. We also know that about 57.8% of Australian critical mineral projects are located where Indigenous peoples have a right to negotiate, rising to 79.2% when a native title claims are included. That means that the traditional owners are not just a peripheral stakeholders in this sector, they are central actors in whether the project proceeds lawfully, credibly, and successfully. The lesson from the recent Australian mining history is quite clear, in my opinion. The legal approval does not necessarily equal legitimate approval. So the destruction of, like, for example, the Juukan Gorge and the recent federal court, who has made the decision ordering one of the big mining corporations to pay a team of or a group of Indigenous people $150 million for cultural loss, for both demonstrate the significant financial, legal, and reputational consequences that can arise when the engagement and consent fail. So for critical minerals, the question really should not be, how do we get communities to accept projects? The better question, I feel, should be rather, how should miners design projects with the communities, Indigenous people and the government, so that the benefits are real, measurable, and durable for all parties involved. So on the economic development front, critical minerals projects should not simply repeat the old model of dig and ship, because the host region carry much of the social and environmental burden. Quite recently, I attended an event where a speaker remarked that we can't get critical minerals out of the ground quickly enough and make some money for Australia. To me, that reflected a narrow and short-term view. Australia's critical mineral opportunities should not be reduced to rapid extractions for immediate financial gain, but it should be pursued through the responsible development that creates long-term national prosperity while supporting the communities, respecting the country, and delivering lasting regional benefits. So my research at the NSW Institute and the University of Sydney spans the full critical minerals value chain, like, for example, the extraction, processing through end-use recycling and circularity among the corporations, bringing together research, industry, and policymakers whenever possible. My current research focuses on how Australia can maximize long-term economic value from critical minerals while responsibly managing the environment, social, and governance factors that shape project outcomes, and also providing an evidence-based contribution to Australia's net zero transition strategy. I'm currently leading the two major grant proposals that are under review. One of them is looking at empowering Australia's future, looking at a policy framework for critical minerals, and the other one is AI and innovation for sustainable mining and agriculture, both reflecting the growing need for the integrated, data-driven, and policy-relevant research in this area. So to summarize, Australia can become a global critical mineral leader, but only if the projects are not just financially viable, but also socially legitimate, culturally respectful, and beneficial to the host communities. And to conclude, Australia's critical mineral opportunity will only become lasting national advantage if social license is treated as a front-end condition of the project design, not a back-end approval risk. With that, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Professor Akhtar. Meryl Swanson, Committee Chair with you, and I did neglect to give the committee the opportunity to introduce themselves to you. And I do understand it's a bit tricky when you're coming in over the phone to have a visual of us all here, but I'll just introduce myself. Meryl Swanson, I'm the committee chair, and I am also the member for Paterson in the New South Wales Hunter region. And I'll turn to the deputy chair.
Yeah, hi, Professor Jamie Chaffey. I'm the federal member for Parks and the deputy chair of the Primary Industries Committee.
And our fellow members who are with us today, I'll turn to Amber Haberhar.
Ash Ambi Haberhar, the federal member for Barton.
And Matt Burnell, the federal member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
So in leading off, Professor, I wanted to touch base with you, and I do hope that this inquiry in and of itself, looking at factors shaping social licence and economic productivity and benefits from the extraction of critical minerals and rare earths, is an indication that the government is taking seriously both the need for the underpinning of these projects with good social licence and also the economic factors shaping it as well. So I hope that gives you some amount of comfort and confidence that the government is taking the areas that you're indeed researching very seriously, and this inquiry is evidence of that. I did note in your submission that you spoke about a framework, and I'm wondering if you can talk us through what your research is showing about, gaining social licence. What does that framework look like?
Well, thank you for the question. The social license, if we want to really understand, it is more like an ongoing acceptance and the trust. So at the core of it is the trust that the project needs to earn from the affected communities. So it is based on more like a legitimacy, credibility, and trust, and not simply like a legal approval, for example. And it appears that in just not critical mining sense, but even for just a general mining sense, we are more focused on how to make money rather than looking into that. Yes, money is very important for economic growth and so on and so forth. But more importantly, by going for that money, what kind of big cost we are creating? We don't really look at that. So say, for example, at a national level or even at a state level or local level, we don't really have a guideline or a roadmap or a framework. It's missing at the moment. And while I'm trying to work and piece together, it's not easy either. It's because of each of the jurisdictions, they are operating in their, in their own way. And for example, the timing of it, the sequence of information they need for approval process, and even the requirements they need, each one of them, some of them overlaps, but that itself is a resource drainage. It rather should be more sequential rather than moving parts on a parallel basis, and then it's the back and forth type structure we have at the moment. And it's only not frustrating for all parties involved, whether it is the investors or the miners or the proponents or the government. It seems like everyone is unhappy in this whole situation. And most importantly, the communities, they are the ones who will be living with it almost, generations after generation. So the framework that I'm working towards is to at least through my research, let the local and the state and the federal government show that what should be at a minimum level that the communities must be aware of, and the local government must be aware of. And most importantly, are these, we do have rules and regulations and so on and so forth, but there are also a lot of loopholes as well. And so our aim really should be, this framework should be a guiding pathway so that everyone is clear, like what they're expected of and what they should be doing. And if they're not doing it, holding them accountable. And so we don't have any of that at the moment in a more concrete form. There are bits and pieces scattered around. I shouldn't say there is none. There are some. but it is not working like the way it really should. So I guess I'm trying to see it more in a holistic way and giving a pathway for all parties involved. And then hopefully that will serve as a guiding framework that makes it clear and easier to follow and not confuse people.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Thank
Deputy
you.
Chair.
Professor, I have a question in relation to your submission. So you described that fly-in, fly-out versus residential workforce tensions as not inherently irresolvable, but requires active policy intervention. What specific policy intervention, whether that be regulatory, incentive-based or contractual, has the best evidence base for shifting project developers away from fly-in, fly-out towards residential workforces?
Thank you for the question. If the fly-in, fly-out, first of all, there's nothing wrong with it per se. However, if the local community already have their expertise and skills, for example, then flying in and flying out is not really contributing anything to the community. Rather, it is happening at some other level. It could be from another state they're getting it, or sometimes probably even internationally they're getting the skills they need. While there is a purpose for it, in terms of the policy intervention, what I had in mind was more so it should be like when the project starts. First of all, it needs to be, I guess, looked into that how much skill set and experienced labor we already have in that community, for example. That really should be, then it will be more like a community engaged based project. And to do that homework first, and if there is any shortfall or there's any gap in skills and expertise, then we can move to the next level, whether we want to get that skill set from another region and so on and so forth. So I guess I was coming from that perspective. And then also, even for example, if there is any community expertise is available, do we hire them, but then do we retain them? That's another question. And if we fail to retain them, then what exactly is causing that failure? Is it a cultural issue? Is it a safety issue? What issues are there? So we don't really have those kind of things talked through, whether you want to look at it from contractual obligations point of view or any policy point of view. That's where I was coming from.
So one follow-up question. In most of the locations where mining is undertaken, they are some smaller, more remote communities that if there was to be a large influx of workforce, the infrastructure like housing and road network and others would be quite significant to increase for that life of mine. Do you see that as a responsibility for the Commonwealth Government to assist in that development of the community if we're to work towards more of a residential than a fly-in, fly-out? Or whose responsibility should that be?
So I feel that it should be really, obviously, the Commonwealth Government should lead this. However, engaging the state level government and the local government is equally important. Why? Well, because the local government will have more nitty-gritty information about their community, like in terms of the needs and what infrastructure is there, and then what is shortage of it, and then what they need. It's like, for example, you said it's a small. Say, for example, if it's a small community. So obviously, when there's a small community, let's then assume that there is a big project is likely to occur. Well, in that case, we need to set up the infrastructure in terms of the schools, in terms of the healthcare system. Obviously, when I talk about these things, it's not like a year long planning. It requires understanding what is required and then action on it, make it workable or functionable, if the infrastructure cannot be established for cost reason or whatever reason, then what is the other alternative way the communication can be done? Whether it is for the road or it is for the workers who will need, say, medical attention, or they will need for living there, and stuff like that. So I feel that it is a shared responsibility, not only for the communal government, but also at the state and the local government. But of course, the state and the local government can't work without the funding. And obviously, it goes back to the royalty and the tax revenue that was discussed earlier. And I couldn't agree more. Is that to begin with, the royalty itself has got a lot of issues in terms of how it is measured and captured. But more so, the communal government can take the leadership and make it more, I guess, practical, rather than, giving the approval and the mining started working, but then the rest of it, you just work it out as you go. It doesn't work that way. And so even after mining is completed, the rehabilitation, what is the next purpose of that mining should be? That needs to be well thought out so that the skills are retained. And if there is no skills at the moment, for example, then how can that skill can be provided? Whether it is through online courses. I mean, now we are, operating in a digital world. Some part of the skills and the education perhaps can be through digital learning. And again, the universities and TAFE equivalent institution can become quite handy to be able to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor, for providing evidence today. Your submission calls for the creation of a national critical minerals coordination framework. What would this framework cover and how would it operate?
So first of all, the framework will cover what we are lacking at the moment. So without knowing what we are missing, and then you can't really have a proper framework. And this framework will have, first of all, consultation with different levels of the government, from the federal to the state to the local government. But more importantly, all the communities. We need to have more like a field work to be able to understand and go to the existing mining sites and the potential project sites, talk to those communities, what is missing, and they can give us better insight. And as an observer, as a researcher, obviously I would not have the local knowledge, for example. And knowing what is missing, what are the gaps, that would be my first starting point. And what are the risks, and how do they see the short-term gain or the medium-term gain and long-term gain? Do they even understand the benefit, for example? If someone doesn't have the knowledge about it, first of all, they wouldn't be even able to even pinpoint the problem. So they need some kind of information that in the past, the successful mining had so X, Y, Z, for example. And do you see that can fit here? Or what do you see is lacking? So these kind of information I need to gather to be able to create a more robust framework. And the coordination should be such that they have like continuous communications and they're not going to do a blame shifting exercise. Like you ask the local government, they'll say, oh, it is the state government. You go and ask them. And then you ask the state government, they go, oh, the local government really should know about it. So each one of them should know exactly what they're responsible for. And then that needs to be monitored quite regularly. And it also needs to be, I guess, identified whether what worked and what didn't work. So it requires more like a timely auditing, say every 2 years and so on and so forth. So that's what I would like to have in the framework, a coordinated framework that I have a vision for.
Professor, it's Meryl Swanson, the chair, back again. And I just want to pick up on this thread. And if I could use a couple of sort of broad-based practical examples. I think you've said something quite important there in relation to communities. Often, in my experience, it goes a bit like this. You'll have a project that wants to get underway, and in this age of social media, often there'll be some information distributed across the community, but then there'll be other information or lack of it that fills in the gap, whether that's, you know, people that are spreading misinformation about it because they're not keen on the project. So, for example, you've got, you know, a proponent who wants to stand up a mine, and then you've got other people in the location that might have land use contestability or water contestability, and often it'll come down to lack of information or actively disseminating misinformation. So it always occurs to me that you're right in terms of information. It is really important. Firstly, I think that the community gets good, accurate information from trusted sources, and I've seen this too, where third parties often who may not have any connection to the community or the proposal come in over the top and sometimes spread mis and disinformation on both sides of it, and it sends the community into a tailspin, and often the proponents will be like, no, that's not our intention at all. So I think information in an age where it is really easy to distribute it, but it's also very easy for information to be manipulated, and that can cause a lot of loss of social license, if I can put it that way. Do you have any thoughts on that, and how do you propose that we get around that? Because it is an age where mis and disinformation can sink a project, or indeed, you know, send it in a different direction.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the question/comment.
Yes, I was thinking that. Sorry.
I think what would be quite helpful is there is a strong case. The more and more I hear about this, there is a strong case for a national platform, perhaps in this digital world, where it will be monitored and it will be audited by, let's just say, a platform where anyone can go in there, and they have to be legitimately putting their information in. So, for example, if social media is, you know, spreading misinformation or disinformation, for example, someone has to go and correct this. And it has to be, I guess it has to be governed at a national level, because it cannot be just giving it to an organization and like 1 minute it works and the next minute the internet doesn't work or the platform is broken and so on and so forth. I think these digital platforms, so that it's like a one point where anyone can go and have a look at, ask the questions, and then there has to be someone to respond, but also to clarify if there is any information missing or any information is misinterpreted. That's also quite possible. And so we need a platform like that so that we all can contribute, the regulators, the governments, the community themselves, and it shouldn't be a platform to bend, for example. It has to be legitimate. If the concern is legitimate, the concern should be raised. And whether it has been taken up and thought through for a solution, that also should be shared so that it is one platform everyone should know, and it should be televised or broadcasted so that everyone is aware of it, like those who can read it or those who can write or those. The platform should be designed in a way that it is user friendly to begin with, and it's not too complicated or clunky process. So it is more like a communication platform, if I can put it that way. And in that way, I think it can help all parties involved, whether it is about the approval process or it is about the community having some issues, or if the communities have been coerced or manipulated and things like that, so that we all are aware of it, what's happening. And at the moment, what I feel is that the community's voice is not heard, and it is all like, unless there's some kind of inquiry, so first of all, I would like to give this committee a big applause for even initiating this inquiry. And of course, there are many people may not even engage this inquiry because they may not even know, for example. So if there is a community platform, for example, where you can actually say, hey, there is an inquiry, it is in relation to this point, where people can go, oh, okay, yeah, I have got this to share, for example. So that's what I was coming from. Sorry to go on forever on this. Thank you.
No, you're fine, Professor. I would be at pains to say we do have a platform. I'm just not sure how many Australian people look at it, but it is the Parliamentary website where we try and advertise things like this inquiry. But I take your point that there probably does need to be some sources of trusted information. Here's hoping that the Parliamentary one is such a platform. I just want to pick up on something before we let you go, and I do want to acknowledge the work that you put into your submission. And I think this is important to have on the Hansard. You highlighted the appropriate role for government to establish frameworks, and you said that this means acknowledging that there will be cases where projects proceed over the objection of some stakeholders and cases where projects should not proceed despite proponent preference. And I thought, again, I'm making comment rather than asking you a question, but when you concluded that sentence with, what matters is that the processes leading to those decisions are credible, fair and transparent, and that the outcomes achieved across the portfolio of decisions are equitable over time. I thought that was really a salient insight, and I just wanted to commend you on picking that up.
Thank you. Yes, it's more so we should be not focused on short term, but the long term, and whether we can sustain it. And anything we do, especially in the mining aspect, we have to make sure we are not causing damage that is irreparable in future. And whatever we do, that we all agree. That doesn't mean to say that we're not going to make any mistakes. Mistakes can happen. But if that mistakes is something that we couldn't foresee, we shouldn't blame ourselves. But there are certain aspects or steps we can take, and we can look forward as much as we can, provided the information we have in our hand. So based on that, we should be more strategic and make a more valuable investment that has got long-lasting effect to the community as well as the overall economy of the Australia.
Okay, I think the Deputy Chair has one last question and then we'll let you go.
Thank you, Professor. Just on that theme of framework, you did call in your submission for mandatory benefit sharing for critical mineral projects. Are you able to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, so when I said mandatory benefit sharing, so we know high-level benefits like, for example, jobs or number of jobs, or how much revenue we have raised, for example, or how many projects being completed, right? Project completion is one thing, but successfully completion and the consequence of it has got positive implication on the society as well as on the environment is often not included in so-called, even the net benefit calculations. Yes, it is hard to measure, but we should start thinking of having some kind of indicator to be able to capture those as we move forward, and so that we can input those in our modeling. So at the moment, we have got machine learning and an AI, so therefore, it's not so hard nowadays even to, turn textual data into more measurable data points. So if we can include those in our model and making sure that the benefit, when we talk about sharing the benefit doesn't just go and sit with the government itself through its revenue generation or the royalty generation. It is the community is getting just as much fair share, for example, not in the short term, but also in the long term. and do it in a responsible way that if the community cannot think of themselves, because obviously they may lack of education, they may lack of information and so on and so forth, but they are informed about it so that they can make informed decisions. And again, if we are serious about serving our social license serving is not a matter of whether the project was approved and therefore that's it. We got the all the boxes ticked. It is more so how practical is it, and is the decision we are making a responsible one. So benefit sharing should be among all the stakeholders involved. If I can say it in a nutshell, that's what I meant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor. I think we'll leave it there for today. I want to thank you for being with us via virtually, and I don't believe you've been asked to provide any additional information. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. But we do, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you for your detailed submission and your recommendations and providing evidence for us here this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the committee. Once again, I thought it is a very useful inquiry, and I hope some good outcomes comes out of it. And have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Proceedings are now suspended until 10:40. I now welcome representatives of Stella PV to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Louise Hurl, CEO at Stella PV.
Thank you so much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standings and proceedings as the House, and the giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And just before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, I would like to just give the committee a quick opportunity to introduce ourselves to you. So I'm Meryl Swanson, Committee Chair and Member for Paterson, which is 2 hours north of Sydney.
Jamie Chaffey, Deputy Chair. I'm the Federal Member for the Cedar Parks, which is 51% of New South Wales.
My name is Asha Ambi-Hapaha. I'm the Federal Member for Barton, which is very close to Sydney Airport.
And Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
Thank you. I'd now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we commence.
Thank you. So, Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Stella PV is developing Project Clean Wafers. It's a gigawatt-scale silicon ingot facility in Australia near Townsville in Queensland. This is a midstream in the solar value chain processing. It's a critical mineral, quartz, that we process, and it's the stage where most of the value is concentrated. So 97% of the ingots and wafers are produced by one country, and it's creating a huge choke point in the process and development of solar manufacturing. So the inquiry is examining what creates social licence and lasting economic development in critical minerals projects. Our experience points to a clear answer on this. The benefits are greatest when we process critical minerals here in Australia, rather than exporting the value offshore. Today, Australia digs up quartz and exports the quartz or metallurgical silicon, which is the second step, capturing very little of the value created before it becomes a solar panel. Midstream manufacturing changes that. It creates demand for upstream industries, increases local value add, and supports skilled long-term jobs for local communities. I want to be specific about what a facility like ours brings, because durable benefit is the foundation of the social licence. A silicon wafer plant is not a standalone facility. It becomes the anchor for a broader industrial ecosystem. It creates demand for high-purity quartz, polysilicon, chemicals, water treatment, recycling, logistics, maintenance services, and export capability. That is how a single project like ours becomes a regional, co-located industrial development and a diversified ecosystem of advanced manufacturing. Each capability strengthens the next, helping build out stage segments of a domestic solar manufacturing industry rather than one isolated plant. The world is increasingly recognising that energy security depends not only on deploying renewable energy, but also where the supply chain is sourced and where it is controlled. Australia has a long history in the solar industry. We developed the technology in Australia, and we work very closely with the Chinese in the R&D and the manufacturing in China. We also have really strong trading relationships with our trading partners in the EU and US. And Australia is well positioned as a result to play a significant part in allied supply chains with the low carbon, traceable and responsibly produced alternative supply chain that the international markets are actively seeking. Stella PV are also conscious that industrial development must be done responsibly. That is why we plan to power our operations with behind-the-meter renewable energy, that rather than relying on grid capacity needed by the community. This provides us with low-cost renewable energy at globally competitive prices and doesn't push up the cost of electricity for local communities or industry. We are also designing the facility around circular principles, including water recycling and recovery of processed materials to minimise the impact on the environment. In short, we are using renewables to build renewables, and that is the kind of industry that communities are willing to support. For us, social licence starts with genuine engagement across the whole community. That means respectful engagement with traditional owners, clear heritage processes and meaningful benefit sharing. It also means creating opportunities for local workers, long-term, well-paid, stable jobs that help families with cost of living crisis, families who want careers for their kids close to home. It provides opportunities for local businesses to provide services to our facility and training providers to help train our workforce. Ultimately, we're realistic about the policy environment. The recent budget reprioritised uncommitted funding away from broad clean manufacturing programs towards targeted near-term measures, and we understand that approach. Our point to the committee is straightforward, that well-designed, output-linked support for the sector is not just a cost, it's an investment that is repaid to the government in multiples, through company tax, payroll tax, export income, and a more diversified regional economy, on top of the advanced manufacturing capability and long-term jobs that it creates. Support should be tied to a verified production and standards, and step down predictably over time. That is targeted, accountable, and consistent with where the budget is heading. And I'll close on timing, because timing is the real risk here, for critical minerals in general, but specifically for solar manufacturing. Australia has the opportunity now to establish a position in the global supply chain with a diversified, low carbon and traceable product. But the opportunity is not going to remain open indefinitely. The US, the EU and Southeast Asia are actively building steps in their solar manufacturing capability. And if Australia moves at pace, we can absolutely secure our position in allied market supply chains and capture far more value from our resources. If we hesitate too long, we risk remaining a country that exports our raw materials and imports the finished product for the energy transition. Our submission sets out practical recommendations to help capture this opportunity. Targeted support for a first-of-kind manufacturing, streamlined approvals and common user infrastructure at industrial precincts, support for secure long-term allied market offtake, investment in regional training and skills centres, developing long-term skilled jobs, and nationally consistent traceability and sustainability standards aligned with our export markets. These are practical and accountable steps that will help convert Australia's critical minerals into enduring regional industries, supplying low carbon and traceable critical minerals to our trading partners. I welcome your questions.
Thanks very much, Mrs. Hurl, and thanks for your submission. There's two elements to your submission that really have piqued my interest. The first is the time factor and the criticality of time, and I'd really like you to speak to your company's experience of why is it, as a committee and as a government and as a country, why is the criticality of time at this point in time so important? Can you speak to that, please?
Sure. So the solar value chain, it has a number of steps. At the moment in Australia, we dig up the quartz, we produce metallurgical silicon. At the moment, we don't produce the polysilicon, the ingots, wafers, the solar cells, and we do produce the modules at the end of the value chain. We are supporting more...
So can I just stop you there,
Yes.
just for clarity purposes? So we dig up the silicon and
Yes.
the quartz.
Yes.
We produce the photovoltaic cells at the other end, but it's this critical middle step that we're having to import. Is that what you're saying? Or I just want to be really clear about this.
Actually, in Australia, we dig up the quartz and we do the very first step of the processing, which is metallurgical silicon. We do that in WA. Then we import the solar panels at the end. So we don't do all of the steps in between, which are the polysilicon, the ingots and wafering, which is what we're planning to do, the solar cell piece. You take the solar cells, you put it between a backing panel, put glass on each side, put an aluminium frame around that, and that becomes a solar panel. So there's some critical steps in the middle of that process. Our particular piece is of interest to us because 97% of it is made in one country. And that creates a very choke point, a very strategic choke point for...
China. We're talking about China, obviously.
We're talking about China.
Yeah, of course. You can speak plainly.
Yeah, for the ingots and wafering piece. So what we're seeing in, for example, the US as a good example of a premium market that is prepared to pay premium prices for an Australian-produced alternative supply chain, they are pushing through, they have a lot of module manufacture, so solar panels, modules, it's the same thing. They are producing more in the cell space, so that cell space is growing. At the moment, it's probably around 10 to 12 gigawatts worth of production. They're growing that up to around 30 gigawatts of production. So they have a gap in that production of around 20 gigawatts that they're trying to fill. At the moment, that is predominantly filled by the Chinese in China or in Southeast Asia. And the US in particular is looking for alternative supply chains because they care about energy security. They are pushing very quickly on AI data center rollout, reindustrialization, and they care about defense. So they care very much about these pieces of the puzzle which are controlled by China. So the benefit or the opportunity for Australia then is to provide an alternative supply chain. And this piece of the puzzle will go potentially directly into that supply chain in the US. We're seeing movement in the US where they're pushing down into ingots and wafering. They only have 9 gigawatt worth of ingot and wafering facilities with no more planned on the horizon, which is where we have that opportunity to step in. If you're looking from a US perspective for a non-FEOC, so non-foreign entity of concern, a US term, then every other ingot and wafering facility, apart from perhaps one in Vietnam, is actually a FEOC supply. So we have that opportunity to push into that. If we don't do it in the near term, I'm talking about pushing forward with this type of project in this early stage so that we're giving confidence to our off-takers to buy our product because it's well funded, it's progressing, it's moving quickly, they will go elsewhere to do this. So whether that is another non-FEOC in Southeast Asia or they do it themselves, they will take that opportunity. But we have really good trading relationships with the US and the same with the EU. We have really good relationships with China. So we, our universities have been R&D, let me take that back. Our universities have been developing this technology for the last 35, 40 years. We've been training Chinese students in Australia. The IP from these universities is going to China. The opportunity of building a solar manufacturing industry, particularly ingots and wafer in this country, allows us then to have R&D in Australia to test that here. There's only one pulling the particular machine that we use to pull these ingots. There's only one that's outside of China. It's in, I think, Germany. So nobody can actually test these things anywhere else in the world. By building that capability in Australia, you also have the opportunity to be testing and doing R&D in collaboration with those universities and keeping that IP onshore as well.
What's your time frame?
Our time frame. So our time frame is to start manufacture by 2029.
And you're talking about Professor Martin Green, obviously, when you're talking about the 35
Correct.
Years of experience. And,
Correct.
Yeah, and the travesty is that we didn't keep that IP here in Australia when we had the chance. So
I can just talk to that for
please.
1 moment. So the founder of our business is Ted Spitalack. So Ted was actually part of Professor Martin Green's team back in the 1980s. So he was an engineer who had specific experience that Martin Green was looking for. He joined that team and they developed the solar cell technology to the 20% level. So that was groundbreaking at the time. It's now obviously more than that. But at the time it allowed solar panels to be commercially viable, and they pushed through to making solar panels in Australia in the 1990s. Ted Spitalack with Zhenrong Shi took that technology to China in the early 2000s and started those large-scale manufacturing facilities. So we're talking about Suntech, the very first. Ted and another partner started JA Solar, which at the time when it was listed on the NASDAQ in 2007 was the largest manufacturing facility in the world. So the guys that I'm working with have long-term experience in doing this. He then actually tried to bring it back to Australia. This is our, enjoyable tidbit. He tried to bring that back to Australia after he listed that company, and he did go to various government levels and asked to bring manufacturing back to Australia. The response was, take it back to China. We don't manufacture in Australia. So he went to Taiwan, started manufacturing facilities there. He started manufacturing facilities in Canada and now in the US. So we have a lot of experience in doing this. We have really deep relationships with the Chinese because of this legacy that we bring that allows us that technology transfer to Australia in a way that perhaps the US doesn't have. So I think this is our opportunity to take this and run with it, and we will lose that opportunity because everybody else will do it.
If I can just speak to that, this is something that I'm really hot on, if I can use that phrase, because, over the decades we have been incredibly inventive in Australia, and unfortunately we've often created it and you know, the photovoltaic cell is one such thing, and then we let it go. And I think there's a really huge lesson for governments and all people who, bureaucracies as well, who form part of that chain of enabling to learn that, you know, sometimes we've got to back ourselves. So I'll take that as a comment, not a question, but I'm really happy we went down that avenue, because I think it's important for the committee to understand the history of solar in Australia. We invented solar, basically. And I see critical minerals and rare earths as, whilst we're not inventing critical minerals and rare earths, we are at the forefront of an opportunity to process and do more value-added manufacturing with them. So I think there's some salient lessons to be learnt.
Yes, and I think having that industry in Australia, which we haven't had over the last 25 years, it's restricted us from actually rolling out new IP onshore and keeping the value of that IP. So it's not just a story about critical minerals per se and the processing of those critical minerals, it's a story of IP and how do we keep that IP in this country. But I would push it probably further, because I'm quite passionate about the jobs aspect of it. I think when we look at our society and shipping the industrialisation offshore over the last 25 years, it's time to start shipping that industrialisation back into Australia. And it's going to take 25 years to do it. It's not going to take 5 years or 2 years to have that industry come back onshore. And we need to do that in a targeted way. We don't need to bring the entire solar value chain back to Australia. I think we need to bring key components of that onshore that then work into an ecosystem. So, for example, Stellar PV's facility, it'll create demand for ultra-high purity quartz, which we have in Australia and we ship offshore. It'll create demand for the metallurgical silicon, the polysilicon into our factory, but there's also graphite that we use. We use the high purity quartz in crucibles into our factory. We use chemical manufacture, water recycling, water purification. There's a whole raft of industry that's going to go into an ecosystem that we're trying to develop. And we're doing that in conjunction with, for example, as I mentioned earlier, the renewable energy behind the grid. So we will work with partners to build solar farms adjacent to our facility, BESS systems adjacent to the facility. Yes, we'll have some grid connectivity. Obviously, that needs to be is required to get the ultra low cost power that we need to be globally competitive. But building as an ecosystem allows you to diversify the portfolio within that. So it's not like perhaps some other industries that have been supported, green hydrogen as an example, where it's one type of unproven technology. This solar technology it creates an ecosystem, but it's proven technology. We're not recreating the wheel here. We're taking the technology from China to Australia, and we're building that here.
Thank you. Now, committee members, I'm going to defer to you. Deputy, would you like to kick off?
Yeah, sure. I've got some questions. Thank you, yourself, for your submission and for your attendance today to the hearing. My first question would be in relation to your recommendation number 4, which calls for critical minerals to manufacturing offtake facilitation service. In the absence of that service today, do you have any binding offtake agreements for Project Clean Wafers output?
Yep.
And if not, is the project currently bankable to investors?
Yeah. So we are pre-FID, and we have been going through a process of fundraising for the last number of months. In Australia, the investment community invests, or it doesn't have a mandate, let's put it that way. It doesn't have a mandate to invest in midstream manufacturing. Manufacturing is not something they're familiar with or comfortable with or are investing into. So I'm sure you hear a similar story for anyone in critical minerals, that getting pre-FID funding in Australia is very difficult.
Can you spell out that acronym for the Hansard, benefit of Hansard?
Yes, final investment decision. So final investment decision is the decision where you decide to put $400 million into your facility. Pre-FID funding, in our case, is not a significant number. It's 10, 15 million Aussie dollars. And what that allows us to do is to convert our Chinese designs, because the Chinese can produce a design for an ingot and wafering facility very cheaply and very quickly, but it's not to Australian standards. And you need to bring it to Australian standards and have it signed off to be able to get the quotes for the building of your factory and the equipment so that you can get to FID. And at FID, you can invest the 400 plus million to actually build the facility. So we're in that early stage piece. Do we have offtake agreements? We have We're going to be a 2+ gigawatt facility. So that means that we can produce, or the end user can produce 2 gigawatts worth of solar panels every single year out of what we produce. So we're the midstream. We are talking to US off-takers, and yes, we have 50% of that under LOI moving through to an MOU. No off-taker is going to is going to sign a contract pre-FID. They will only sign it when you get to the FID stage. So it's a little bit of a chicken and egg that you need to be able to prove that you can sell it at a premium price that makes sense and commercially you can make a profit. But equally, you need to do your fundraising and you need to get to that FID position and you need to be confident. We are pretty confident that we can get the money at FID because we have been canvassing the Australian market. But there's a good likelihood that we cannot raise the FID money in this early stage onshore and that we need to go to the US or somewhere else to raise this money because they're more familiar with midstream manufacturing in general, and investing at this stage. There's also a push, to be fair, from the US for us to do it in the US. So I think that's the risk of not supporting long-term policy, of investing into this pre-FID funding. And we recognise in the budget that there was a pullback from the Solar Sunshot program, and which is disappointing from us as an industry because it doesn't give the right messaging to our private investors that this is supported by the government. However, we do believe that there is sufficient funding at FID for concessional debt, for example. We do think there is an opportunity. We notice that there's concessions, I guess, for venture capital investments through the recent budget. But I think there could be more from a policy perspective that gives incentive to smaller investors, family offices, whoever it is, investing through a venture capital fund to invest in pre-FID manufacturing or processing. And I think that applies across critical minerals. I know plenty of people in the critical minerals industry who are in the same boat as us. And I think that there are definitely mechanisms that could be put in place that incentivise investment into this part of Australia's economy.
So, Madam Chair, if I can, just to add to that, with Solar Shot, that 1.3 billion now gone from the latest budget, how do I frame this? What alternate support mechanism do you feel the Commonwealth should or could provide for the industry?
Just to answer the first part of that question, the 1.3 billion was pulled from a number of policies, I guess. One of them was the Solar Sunshot program, but it was also the battery head start and the green hydrogen piece. So it's still not completely clear how much has come out of the Solar Sunshot, but I would also argue that the 1 billion behind Solar Sunshot wasn't enough anyway, in reality. So if we look at a US system of support of this industry, they did have the IRA with production credits, and the piece under Solar Sunshot really helped get the solar panel manufacturer off the ground, but not necessarily our piece of the industry. We were lobbying for more funding to be put behind it to build up this part of the industry. What sort of support do we think needs to be there? I think we need early stage support to help us get off the ground. At the moment, pre-FID funding is matched funding, and there's issues around the co-funding of that. I think that there needs to be longish term. So let me put it into a 5 to 6 year perspective of production credits that allow you, based on the production output, so it's quantifiable and is based on the results of what you produce. I think there needs to be support from that level. What that does is allows us to build the facility from scratch through to a 30-year facility. We'll repay that funding over the first 10 years. We pretty much repay it through taxes and corporate tax and PAYG and all of these GST and so forth. But over a 30-year period, I think the returns are about 14 times. So there's a good return on any investment that is made at that early stage. I'm happy to maybe take it on notice, and we'll come back to you privately about what we think are the right mechanisms on that, because it's quite a specific question, but I think there needs to be support to try and get these industries off the ground. And it's not just us necessarily by ourselves, but actually a long-term view on how this industry can be built up over time and different components of that brought in over time, because there's lots of different pieces to this puzzle.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Amber.
Thanks, Chair. Happy Made in Australia Week. I think it's quite timely, this conversation. Just a quick one, just around the, you refer to the Commonwealth State Solar Manufacturing Acceleration Partnership. Are you able to sort of give some reflections or talk about what that looks like and how would that look like in operation? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good question. I think that the solar value chain and the building of this industry needs to have a long-term outlook. So what we're looking at here is the parts of the puzzle that are done at a federal level and the parts that are done at a state level. And there's different parts of that support that we were just talking to that can come from a state level as well. So we need to be working in conjunction with a solar farm developer and a BES developer, for example. So having a precinct that has different parts of that value chain co-located will require the different levels of government, so federal and state, to be supporting into that precinct. I'm happy to take that on notice as well. I'm probably not as well prepared for that answer.
That's all right. I think it would be good to see, you know, what we currently have and maybe do a comparison and how the intention of this partnership will fill a gap.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. How's the Stellar PV partnered with First Nations peoples in its operations?
So we're developing our facility in the Townsville area up in Queensland, and we're working, it's actually quite early stage for us because we are pre-FID, but our intention is to work with the local consultants who have long-term relationships with the local Bindal people in that area, and we will sit with them and come to a conclusion on how we're going to work together in that particular precinct. So that area, the Bindal people are already working with other proponents who are doing similar and like-minded facilities, but our intention is to work, you know, have early relationships, early conversations, and build up good partnerships with them. So it will transpire into opportunities to supply services to our facility, long-term jobs, training, traineeships. We obviously need to train a new workforce because this is an industry that we don't have and skill set that we don't necessarily have. So we're working very closely with the TAFEs in the area to be building up that skill set. But from a First Nations perspective, it will be traineeships and that side of the working relationship. So we've already got some relationships in that area, but it's a work in progress for us.
Oh, thank you. I was just hoping that you might be able to also just go into the proposed Indigenous Partnerships Compacts and what role government would have in that process.
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that question, is probably the right answer. Because we're not that far through the process, I'm not well versed in the answer. But I believe that in that area there is no, I don't know the answer, actually. I'm not going to talk
that's
to
okay.
because I don't want to say that.
Happy for you to take it on notice.
Thanks, Mr. Burnell. Thanks. I'm going to defer to the Deputy in a moment, but just I'm interested in Townsville. Is that because you're mining the silica and quartz there? Is that
The quartz is mined within about 200-300 kilometres of that area, and there's another proponent who is planning a metallurgical silicon site there and then potentially a polysilicon site. So that would literally come across the road into our factory. So the main inputs into our factory are polysilicon, power and labour.
So this is the ecosystem that you're describing.
Yeah, that's
so,
right. Yep.
So similar. I mean, my experience is in aluminium. So you have bauxite, which is refined into alumina, which is then, used to create aluminium. So this other facility, you're mining the silica and then you're turning it into the metallurgical.
Yeah. So the metallurgical silicon and then the polysilicon, and then we take it. So. Okay. At the moment, we don't have polysilicon production in Australia, so it's really important to us to be close to a port. It is produced regionally, not non-Chinese owned, so the supply chain is there as a non-FEOC supply chain. So we do have the opportunity to import it while we're waiting for a polysilicon site in Australia, but it comes from Australian quartz and Australian metallurgical silicon.
So obviously, ideally, it would be better not to import it.
Correct.
From a cost perspective for you as well.
Yeah, and traceability.
And
as well.
all the things.
All the
yes.
reasons, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Deputy, did you want to pick up a line of questioning?
Thank you. Probably to dive a little bit more into, this is an area I know very little about, so to be competitive in this world market and to be a trusted supplier for the ingot wafer to other countries that might want to defer from an existing country that they're currently buying supply from. Your facility you're talking about is 2 gigawatt. How scalable is that to be increased in the country to be that trusted supplier of export quantity? Because I assume that there would need to be much bigger quantities if we're going to be relied on from other nations.
Yep.
And to the point, I'm not sure if I was not comprehending or not, but that time frame piece, that was an earlier question about just how critical is this if we are trying to develop and get into that market and be that reliable, trusted, affordable partner for other nations. Just can you try and be a little bit precise about what window we have for that?
Yeah. Okay, so the window piece, what we're seeing in the US at the moment is there is two ingot and wafering facilities coming online. One came online last year, one's coming online this year. It's only 9 gigawatt. On the cell piece, we're seeing increased activity and development of solar wafer manufacturing and some movement on where that supply chain is coming from. So very specifically in the US, there's a Section 232, and there's been a study done on that Section 232, the supply chain on polysilicon and its derivatives. And there's been a lot of lobbying in the US around where that supply chain is coming from and at what point is it critically important. So if you look at the existing policy settings in the US, there is clear line of sight, I guess, for modules and cell manufacture, but not necessarily down to the wafers per se. And what will happen with this particular piece of legislation, which we are expecting, we're expecting in June, July, there to be an announcement on this. It's been coming for a while, but that announcement will mean that they will be, touch wood, let's see what the goalposts look like when it is announced, because we don't know all the details yet. But once that is announced, it will be clear that they will be looking for a supply chain, and it will be financially viable because of the policy settings that are put in place in the US, that they will be looking for that non-FEOC supply chain of ingots and wafers in particular. Whether or not that extends up to polysilicon and the source of polysilicon, it may be that Chinese polysilicon can still come into it, it may be that we need Australian polysilicon. But what that means is that as these new facilities, and there's a number of new facilities that have been announced and are building, 5 gigawatt, 6 gigawatt, multiples of these in the US, they're going to be looking for that new supply chain coming from, for example, Australia. So our particular facility is a 2 to 3 gigawatt facility. It feels small. It's big by Australian standards. We've got hundreds of Skoralski pullers in this facility. It's going to be automated. It's going to be fabulous. But it is also scalable. So we will be building it. It's particularly the pulling facility that would need to be replicated to double the size. The wafering facility has the ability to take more capacity in its current footprint. So the footprint of the pulling facility is somewhere from 2 growing to 3 gigawatt as it currently stands, and we would need to build an adjacent facility to double that capacity. But in the early stages, we need to be able to prove that we can build this, that we can sell the offtake, that it makes sense, and then we move forward to the next piece. So from a timing perspective, it's really important that we align our production in 2029 with the US production. That's really important of their cell capacity, because that's when they need it, and we need to be really clear that we can actually achieve that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think everyone is... Yeah, thank you so much. Look, thank you for your attendance here today. It has been really valuable. Now, you've offered some additional information. The Secretariat will be in touch with you in terms of timing for that, thanks. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. But thank you so much for coming along to give evidence today. Much appreciated.
Thank thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, proceedings are now suspended until 1 p.m. So much. I now welcome the representative of Cobalt Blue to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Full name is Heath Porteous, and I'm appearing for Cobalt Blue Holdings Limited. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I'd invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion and questions.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the committee members for the opportunity to appear before you today. As I mentioned, my name's Heath Porteous. I'm Cobalt Blue's Exploration Manager. Cobalt Blue are pursuing an integrated critical mineral strategy in Australia spanning resource development out of the Broken Hill Cobalt Project and moving towards downstream refining capability through our proposed Kwinana Cobalt Refinery in Western Australia. In respect of my own experience, that expands mineral exploration, feasibility studies, project development and stakeholder engagement across the broader resources sector, including work associated with approvals, regional engagement and technical project development. From our perspective, one of the key lessons emerging from the critical minerals sector is that the social licence to operate and economic development outcomes are inextricably linked. Communities are more likely to support projects where they can see credible local benefits, transparent engagement and realistic communication regarding project maturity, opportunities and constraints. Importantly, social licence is not created simply because the project is associated with critical minerals or, for that matter, an energy transition. Regional communities really assess projects through practical considerations such as employment, local procurement, environmental management, infrastructure impacts and long-term regional contribution. Cobalt Blue's experience in Broken Hill has reinforced the importance of early investment and visible local participation. Through our Broken Hill Technology Centre, the company has supported local employment, workforce training and regional procurement, while also developing technical capability relevant to downstream processing and refining pathways in Australia. Our experience has also highlighted the importance of coordinated policy and assessment frameworks. The reality is that critical minerals projects often involve long lead times, multiple approval pathways and significant market volatility. Coordination between infrastructure planning, workforce development, environmental assessment and industry policy could materially improve investment confidence and regional planning outcomes. It is our view that Australia has an opportunity not only to supply critical minerals but also to build a broader industrial capability around them. Achieving durable social licence and long-term economic development outcomes will require collaboration between industry, government, regional communities, traditional owners, and be supported by transparent engagement and coordinated long-term policy settings. Thank you again for having me and I welcome your questions.
Excellent, thank you so much, and I'll just give the committee a chance to introduce ourselves to you. Meryl Swanson, Committee Chair and Member for Patterson, which is a couple of hours north of here in the Hunter, New South Wales.
I'm Jamie Chaffey, the Federal Member for Parks that takes in Broken Hill, and I'm aware of your project, and I'm also the Deputy Chair.
Ash Ambi-Bahar, the Federal Member for Barton, which is just south of Sydney Airport.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
Excellent. So, Mr. Chaffey, would you like to lead us off, given this is a local-ish project to your neck of the woods?
Yeah, thanks for your submission and for being here for the hearing today. I've been through your pilot plant in Broken Hill itself, and I'm aware of the project, and as is the community, and quite excited about what that potential might be into the future. So I have a few questions in relation, I guess, to that bankability of the project. And your submission talks about the project being on hold basically because of the price of cobalt. It's now bounced back, it's recovered. I'm not sure as to whether it's at the level that is bankable. But could you give the committee, a bit of an update on the current status and what is the viability at the current price, and what's the time frame that would be there to revisit for final investment decision?
Yes, thank you. So for those of the committee members not aware, I think we're talking about the Broken Hill Cobalt project. So Cobalt Blue Holdings have been driving that project since 2016, 2017. We've advanced that project through a scoping study, preliminary feasibility study and subsequent updates to that. In 2024, we were materially progressed on a definitive feasibility study, which would have been the technical hurdle we would have needed to inform our final investment decision. Unfortunately, as we were looking to conclude that study, the cobalt price was trading at around $12 to $14 US a pound. And our modelling and economics suggest that we need something in the order of around $27 US a pound. So we felt that the project was certainly not financeable in its form at that time, and we decided to pause the project in favour of what we termed a strategic review at the time, which was looking at whether there was opportunities within that broader project to execute something that was a little smaller, a little bit more palatable in terms of capital requirements, that still preserved optionality and flexibility should the cobalt price rebound. In regards to where we're at today, I'm pleased to say that things have improved quite markedly. We are sitting at around $26, $27 a pound, and that has really been the result of some structural change that has been made in the DRC. So the majority of the world's cobalt comes out of the Congo. It's about 70% of it, and we had a serious oversupply. There was a glut in the market which caused the significant decline in pricing. Initially, the Congolese government put a ban on exports for a period of time, and now they've reverted to an ongoing quota system, which is substantially less than the former output. So what we have seen is that the price has rebound back to levels that we need to. We think that the project could be viable upon. So with that trigger, the board has directed our technical team to advance a preliminary feasibility study considering a much reduced project. When I talk about the scale, we were previously contemplating a 10-year life of mine, somewhere in the order of around 100 million tonnes over the life of mine, 5 to 7 million tonnes throughput per annum. We're now looking at somewhere in the order of around 2 to 3 million tonnes per annum, so a substantially reduced project. From that perspective, it has the opportunity to potentially deliver a life of mine somewhere in the order of around 12 to 15 years, subject to the outcomes of this particular study. We anticipate that we can have this study materially completed by the end of the year. At the same time, we are progressing our approvals in parallel. So previously, the project was subject to a state significant development application. As a result of us putting the project on hold, the SEERs associated with that approval have lapsed, and we're in the process of starting that again to have a new set of SEERs issued, and then we can pick up what was a very advanced environmental impact statement and carry that forward with respect to the new project definition.
Ashley, do you want to ask anything before you go? Or
If that's okay,
yes,
Chair.
yes.
Just on, thank you so much. Just in respect of recycling, that's been sort of highlighted in the submissions, are you able to give some reflections on how important the recovery and recycling will be for our critical minerals future?
Sure. So Cobalt Blue have been involved in that space, I guess, in a number of ways.
Yeah.
Through the Broken Hill Technology Centre, we have been working directly with battery recycling groups. Our role there is to effectively look for means and processes using some proprietary processing technology to recover the goodies, the critical minerals out of what they call the black mass, which is the material that's left over after you take the plastics, etc., off the batteries.
Yep.
That work is ongoing, but in terms of that turning into something commercial, where it's sort of arm's length with that, we have demonstrated certainly the processing capability, although I understand some of the constraints around that is the significant variability in the content and the composition of that, that material. The other thing that we've been quite active in is looking at tailings reprocessing opportunities. Now, our role is that we developed a particular metallurgical process for the Broken Hill Cobalt project that focuses on the treatment of pyrite or fool's gold. And quite often there have been operations in Australia where the target minerals were something else. They might have been mining copper and pyrite, and some of these other waste materials have been sent out to tailings, but can often contain appreciable amounts of critical minerals. Our interest is obviously in the cobalt, and we've been actively looking for opportunities to re-commercialise those tailings facilities through retreatment and then redeposition of the inert waste. So far, we've not been able to secure a commercial project. There are a number of reasons for that. Capital intensity is one. The process can be particularly expensive.
Yep.
I think there is still some uncertainty around the liability of legacy environmental issues, and I am aware of some legislation that's been put in place at a state level, I believe. In Tasmania, there's a Golda agreement that places some constraint around liability, I think in respect of the project's name escapes me now, the Savage River tailings. So I think longer term, I do think it's a very active opportunity for Australia, and I'm glad that Cobalt Blue's been able to play a very small part in that and work very closely with some wonderful scientists that have really been driving that agenda at a national level to initially identify what the opportunities are before groups like us can get involved and understand whether we can process those at a commercial level. I think the other aspect of that is that going forward, that companies need to be more mindful of trying to extract as much value as we can from the outset when we're thinking about developing new projects. So in bygone eras, it was perhaps acceptable and okay to have, with a commercial hat on, that sometimes that waste material would go out because the material that, or the metal contents in those are below commercially recoverable levels. That's certainly changed now in terms of, if I'm to lean on the cobalt example, that what was perhaps uneconomic back then is certainly something that's changed now. And there are various examples of critical minerals or other elements that could be the focus of future recycling opportunities.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Ash. If I can just pick up on a couple of things. So you've obviously been really quite successful in a few things, but the thing that I just want to pick up that the Deputy mentioned is that there's a lot of excitement around Broken Hill, around your project. And as I'm sure you've gleaned from our terms of reference, social licence is an important thing. I'm interested to know in how you've gone about that excitement, if we can extend that to social licence. I'm thinking that's, clearly if people in Broken Hill are excited about your project, you've been able to gain their social licence, if not even extend that to excitement about your project. So can you speak to that a little bit more? And then I want to get onto the Kwinana side of things as well. But I'm just interested in that. Obviously, it sounds to me like you've taken quite a measured approach to it. Firstly, saying, well, if the cobalt price isn't right, then, we might not be able to do this at the scale we thought we would. So it sounds to me as though you've managed expectations pretty well. But can you speak to those factors, please?
Yes. So we started early. That was something that I suppose, if I'm sort of reflect on my broader exploration experience, quite often exploration projects are in remote areas. I raised the example earlier. I'm off to Halls Creek tomorrow. Broken Hill is unique in that it has a significant population. Our particular project's only 25 kilometres out of Broken Hill. So in terms of our early exploration phases of works, we had a presence in town, and that meant that we were able to engage quite early with the community, rely very heavily on the community in terms of all the supporting infrastructure that's needed to undertake the programs that we needed for resource development. And that's things like accommodation and meals and field support and all of those things that really enable those programs. The Broken Hill community really got behind us. We moved very quickly through scoping and preliminary feasibility study, I guess by virtue of the nature of our deposit and having to develop a particular processing methodology that was unproven. It required us to invest in a demonstration plant, which meant a greater footprint in the industrial area in Broken Hill. It meant that we were able to employ some local people that perhaps didn't have any background on mineral processing, but have been able to come on board and learn about those activities. And then that sort of morphed over time, I suppose, as we've expanded our opportunity base, not only beyond from Broken Hill, but also those other reprocessing and recycling opportunities. We've tried to engage very directly with obviously key stakeholders, the Broken Hill City Council, various foundations that are focused on what we see, and certainly the feedback's been to us, are the key issues for Broken Hill in terms of longer term development. That's around security of employment, things like childcare, housing, all these issues that we were grappling with at our DFS level and still are yet to be resolved in terms of our current study. So we've been actively getting involved with those as a potential project that can hopefully help facilitate those. And ultimately that would be a significant enabler for us in terms of the project. We do need to be able to support that workforce longer term. In terms of managing expectations, I appreciate your comments. I think, I don't know that for us, social license, opinions are rarely uniform within the community. I think we've got a sound base of support. Having said that, there was noticeable disappointment in the community when we had to take that very difficult decision in early 2024 to pause our study. Having said that, there's still a strong support base there. I think quite a significant number of our shareholders are Broken Hill locals, which is wonderful. So they've taken personal investment in the success of the company, which we greatly appreciate. So that's, I guess, a bit of a summary of how we've approached it.
Okay. And talk to me about the Kwinana element of this. So you're extracting in Broken Hill.
Yes.
So how are you getting the product from Broken Hill to Kwinana for processing? Talk me through the logistics. How will that all pan out?
Yeah. So look, early on we identified that we needed to take the products through to as far as we possibly could in terms of the value chain.
Yeah, sure.
What typically happens in base metal projects, you might see a company would produce a concentrate, and that concentrate would, if we use copper as an example, it might be 33% copper, and those are sent off overseas for further processing to turn into copper metal or other products. The reality is that our deposit is low grade in terms of world scale for cobalt. When we produce a concentrate, again, it's not of sufficient grade to be a saleable product in and of itself. So we are going to invest in some more capital to take that through in Broken Hill to what we call a mixed hydroxide product. That product contains anywhere around 37% cobalt, 7% nickel. It will be railed across to Kwinana for further processing. We anticipate into a cobalt sulfate, which is like a little red crystal that's ready for the battery manufacturing process. Or alternatively, we're certainly seeing an increase in demand for cobalt metal for various other uses as well. And the refinery aims to have the flexibility to produce both of those products as required. In addition to that, aside from cobalt, and I know the focus is on critical minerals, but the project will also produce an elemental sulphur byproduct. So elemental sulphur is particularly critical in respect of other metallurgical processing requirements to produce sulphuric acid. It's also used in the fertiliser industry as well. And we've certainly seen, unfortunately due to the conflict overseas, a greater emphasis on sulphur supply out of Broken Hill as well.
Interesting. Mr. Burnell, would you like to continue, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for providing evidence today. How important is government policy such as the Critical Minerals Strategy and the Future Made in Australia plan to provide sector investment decisions?
Yes, it's incredibly important. The reality is that critical minerals, and I can talk to cobalt specifically, is a very volatile market. We've seen some pretty significant highs and more recently some very significant lows. So mechanisms to ensure that we have resilience in terms of our operating capability are quite important. Yeah, we need to be able to operate, I suppose, through those downturn periods. And although the price is elevated now, it is a result of some structural change that has been made overseas, and there is always that underlying risk that the controls or the export quotas that have been put in place could be removed, and that could see a decline in the price as well, which, as we've talked about, our project needs around $27 a pound to be economic. So anything below that puts us in a very vulnerable position. We want to be in a situation where we can operate through those periods, maintain ongoing employment for a full plan life of mine. In regards to the Future Made in Australia, that's, our approach, I would argue, is particularly unique. I don't know that there are many operations in Australia that are moving towards development of a refinery that will be vertically integrated as we propose with Broken Hill.
And just what policies or programs could be improved or implemented to better support the sector?
I think at a fundamental level, there's been a bit of a decline in investment in geoscience. I would say not at a government level, but at an education level as well. So I think policies around supporting the development of professionals that are required to sustain the sector is quite critical. I'm a geologist. My experience more recently has been that most universities, or a significant portion of our universities, have either shut down their earth science departments or have severely curtailed those offerings. And I think that's something that will prove to be difficult for us longer term in terms of having the expertise around to develop our resources. There are obviously various initiatives that could be had to help support regional communities that I think are enablement factors. And with regards to Broken Hill, support around housing, childcare, those sorts of things are particularly important for us when we have conversations around how are we going to develop the project. Will the workforce be FIFO or will it be residential? Those sorts of things. For us to attract a workforce to a town like Broken Hill, we need to have the appropriate services in place. And it's difficult for a single company to do all the heavy lifting. Broken Hill do a wonderful job in terms of securing the resources that they have. It's not to say that there's been some challenges with respect to, they're a long-term mining industry. They've seen some pretty significant ups and downs, even with respect to our project, some really aggressive time frames, and then having to sort of pare that back, which can be challenging. So I think, although direct investment in the resources sector is important, it's also those ancillary areas that I think are also quite critical to developing those projects, particularly that are kind of adjacent to towns. You know, they're not. It's not a clear fit where you're really remote, and it's clearly going to be a FIFO operation. We're in a situation where we have an opportunity to support an existing township. Yes, just any policies that could enable that would be particularly welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, do you want to pick up?
Yeah, thank you. Look, understanding Broken Hill the way that I do, that is the birthplace obviously of mining, and was once, not that long ago, a population of 36,000 that's now down to 17.5. That in itself tells of the excitement around the potential. So my next question goes to, you've got your technology centre, you've proven through your pilot plant that the ore resource that you've got is adequate. You've got your whole business case now around that moving forward. At what level do you have Commonwealth and state government support, either financial or otherwise, and what would a requirement look like for your company to commit to the Kawana refinery as well as the cobalt project itself on the lease at Broken Hill to proceed in parallel rather than sequentially?
So just to clarify your question, so when you say at what level, in terms of what level of...
So what does it look
capital?
like from government support do you need, whether that be capital or whether it be through policy regulation or combination of the both? What would see your project come to life quickly that government would need to run alongside you as the champion to make it happen?
Yeah, look, I can't really talk to specific capital requirements with regard to Kwinana, although that's obviously a significant enabler for us if that support was to come online. And I know that we've been engaging with various of the finance agencies to help facilitate that. The key for us at the moment is securing an offtake arrangement for Kwinana. That is currently focused on securing or on feedstock, a third-party feedstock, before we bring Broken Hill online. The reality is that the capital requirement for Kwinana is substantially less than Broken Hill, and the development timelines for those are somewhat decoupled now, just by virtue of where Broken Hill had to pause and where we've been able to accelerate Kwinana on the basis that we could feed that with other material other than Broken Hill. With regards to the capital requirement for Broken Hill, that's under review as part of this study. It sort of be remiss of me to throw numbers around at this stage, I think. Yeah.
If there's at some point, and as I said, not just financially, but what assistance from government you're able to provide any information down the track would be appreciated.
I can come back to you on that.
Take that on notice.
I just want to circle back to, you mentioned training and workforce, and I think you just in earlier evidence you made reference to in your demonstration plant using people that hadn't necessarily come from the mining industry or the extractive industries sector. Can you just sort of talk to me a little bit more about training, skills development? Obviously, Broken Hill, as the Deputy has said, was the birthplace of mining. It's a little bit like the Hunter. You know, we always boast and say that we've got mining and heavy manufacturing in our DNA. You know, there's just generation upon generation of people that have had it in their families and grown up with it. So there's a certain amount of knowledge. But it sounds to me like you're exploring new and interesting ways of encouraging people into the sector, or I just picked up on some language that you used. Can you just talk us through that a little bit more, and what's your vision for that, or is it the same as it's always been done? Or
no, we developed a proprietary process for Broken Hill. As it happens, that has application well beyond that. Whether it's particular unit operations or the entire process can be applied to other areas within the extractive industries. In particular, we've been looking, as I mentioned earlier, with regards to potential tailings opportunities. So we have been doing test work on other feedstocks around the country to prove that technology, and the Broken Hill Technology Centre has been the deliverer of that work. So we're moving, I suppose, beyond what Broken Hill initially developed. They were Broken Hill area had a significant history in terms of development of flotation technologies. We're taking that a little bit further in terms of downstream processing and refining. So we do produce a concentrate out of our material at Broken Hill, but then we're taking that through a number of unit operations to then again produce this sort of MHP and cobalt sulfate, which we've done test work on and has been completed at that technology centre, but would ultimately, in terms of commercial operation, be undertaken in at Kwinana. There are a number of reasons for that. One is that is the actual physical environment in Broken Hill. It's getting to really a laboratory grade product, so contaminants are a bit of a problem, and Broken Hill, by virtue of its location, is a particularly dusty location, among other things. So there are, I guess, some technical reasons as to why we've separated those unit operations. We've got a very small workforce. We've sort of invested about 15 million into that facility, and they've really been the backbone of not only development of Broken Hill cobalt projects technology, but also the application of that across these other opportunities, both throughout Australia and overseas as well.
And just from a mining sort of groupie perspective, I'm just interested in is what's the cobalt that you've got at Broken Hill. So you've said it's about 25 clicks out of town.
Yes.
The deposit. How big is your footprint out there? What are your processes like in terms of extraction? You know, I'm just a bit curious about how all of that works. I mean, obviously, I'm a coal miner.
Yeah.
So I'm comparing apples with pears, but I just wondered.
It's somewhat similar if you to consider an open cut operation in the Hunter Valley. So we have 3 deposits: Pyrite Hill, Railway, and Big Hill. Always seem to be named after hills, these things. We propose that we'll develop a series of open pits. It's likely that there'll be 2 up to 4, depending on the outcomes of the feasibility study, but certainly 2 will be the focus of the initial production. So conventional drill and blast, excavators into trucks, trucks hauling to a central processing facility for crushing, grinding and milling, so reducing the particle size of the ore. That gets passed through a series of concentrate steps or beneficiation through gravity spiral, so the heavies and the lights fall out through that process, and some flotation where we sort of develop a froth, and the stuff that we want comes out over the bins into a concentrate. It's basically a pyrite concentrate. That concentrate just looks like it's like of a sand sort of consistency. We then use that concentrate through a series of kilns to heat it up and turn it into what we call an artificial pyrrhotite. So we're just converting that through heat, and then we leach that through a series of steps to extract from that pyrrhotite the cobalt, a little bit of nickel, and at various steps we capture the sulphur that comes off the pyrite at the same time, condense that down into a sulphur product. In terms of waste management, so we will have what we're going to develop is integrated waste landforms. So we're moving away from the traditional tailings dam that you might see, perhaps Mount Isa might be a good example, to a facility where we integrate all our waste streams, so our leach residue and our concentrate reject material. We reject quite a lot of our ore at the start, so we sort of carry through about 20% from ore through to concentrate. So 80% is rejected in that first processing step. Plus we have our waste rock. We're going to combine all that into a single facility, which is designed to maintain cover, etc., and preclude the development of any acid mine drainage longer term. We initially anticipated that it would be sort of a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation. That's currently subject to review in terms of the revised scale. Our desire would be to have a local workforce if it can be supported, and we're looking at opportunities to position the accommodation and things that might best obviously benefit the Broken Hill region.
And again, as you said earlier, you started early with your, tapping into the community, partnering with the community to build that social licence, and now you've got, I keep using the word excitement, but I do think that's a good thing, because this committee has been charged with looking at how do we help with social licence, particularly in critical minerals and rare earths, because it is a new and novel extractive industry for Australia that does have a lot of potential, particularly in downstream processing, if we can do that. So,
yes, absolutely. And I think for us with Broken Hill, and as Mr. Chaffey pointed out, that Broken Hill's seen a significant decline in population. So I think that any potential project, whether it be directly associated with critical minerals or anything else for that matter, that has the opportunity to provide long-term employment is probably seen quite favourably by the community. So, yeah, hopefully that we can deliver for them.
Excellent, thank you. Does anyone else have any further questions? Right, great. Look, thank you very much for being with us today, Mr. Porteous. We really appreciate it. You will be sent a copy of the transcript for any transcription errors, and we just sincerely thank you for your time. Now, was there any additional evidence that we required, Bill, to be given a time frame? No, thank you. Well, look, thank you, and all the very best with your endeavours.
Okay, just one moment. You mentioned you come back to take on notice the requirements, capital requirements.
Yes, I knew there was something. Yes.
Do I liaise with Bill on the provision of that information?
Yes, if you could, please. Thank you
so
very much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
I now welcome a representative from the Mining and Energy Union to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yeah, I'm Bob Timms. I'm the South Western District President of the Mining and Energy Union, and also one of the directors of the New South Wales Mine Workers Alliance.
Excellent, thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as the proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And just before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, I would like to offer the committee the opportunity to introduce themselves to you. Matt, would you like to kick off, please?
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
How are you, Matt?
Very good, thanks.
Jamie Chaffey, Federal Member for Parks and Deputy Chair of the Committee.
Jamie?
And Meryl Swanson, Member for Paterson and Chair of the Committee, and welcome. I'd now like to invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
I'll just read from my opening statement.
Sure, that's
okay.
whatever you're most comfortable doing.
Yeah, it reflects the submission that we put in, but I'll read that and then, So the Mining and Energy Union and Australian Workers Union are particularly focused on what is required to secure a strong and lasting social licence for Australian critical minerals projects. At its core, we argue that success in this sector won't be determined solely by resource availability or market demand. Instead, it will depend on whether projects deliver real and tangible economic benefits to workers and regional communities. The growth of the sector must continue to be considered in the broader context of Australia's energy and industrial transition. As decarbonisation continues, we are already seeing significant structural changes across the economy, Workers in coal, energy and manufacturing sectors are facing uncertainty and in many cases displacement. In that context, the development of a strong critical minerals industry is presented not just as an economic opportunity but as a key mechanism for managing this transition in a fair and orderly way. This is about ensuring that new industries replace declining ones and that workers and regions are not left behind. Social licence cannot be achieved through consultation alone. Instead, it must be earned through outcomes. Communities will support projects only if they see clear and direct benefits, including job creation, improved infrastructure and stronger and more resilient local economies. That also requires a balanced and credible approach to safety and environmental protection. Projects need clear rules, proper safeguards and transparent standards that give workers, communities, industry and environmental stakeholders confidence that development can proceed responsibly and with long-term community support. We need to move beyond Australian traditional dig and ship model. There is a strong case for developing domestic processing and refining capacity so that more value and more jobs are retained here in Australia. We strongly support prioritising existing industry and energy regions, particularly those facing closure of coal-fired power stations or mines. These regions already have the infrastructure, the skills and the industrial base needed to support the new industries. Locating critical minerals processing projects in these areas, where practical, can help replace lost jobs and drive regional economy renewal. From a union perspective, the test is simple. If this industry is to win public confidence, it must create decent, secure local jobs and put workers' safety and health first from day one. That means permanent secure employment with strong wages and conditions, backed by proper safety systems, rigorous health monitoring and enforceable standards that protect workers and the community. When projects are built in regional Australia, jobs should go first to the people who live there. Local employment and direct hire should be prioritised over FIFO workforces and insecure labour hire models where practical. So communities see lasting benefits rather than watch opportunity fly in and out. Training must start early and it must be real. That means apprenticeships, traineeships and clear pathways into the industry for regional youth, alongside skills recognition and workforce planning that builds long-term capacity in local communities. Finally, governments have a critical role to play. This includes making sure host communities receive their fair share of the wealth generated from these projects, coordinating infrastructure and regional planning, and embedding clear community benefit and local jobs requirements into project approvals. Without that, there is a real risk the wealth created by critical minerals development will be captured by a handful of large companies, while workers and regional communities are left with little to show for what they contribute. Critical minerals represent a major opportunity for Australia, but its success will depend on delivering a fair transition, strong regional economies and high-quality jobs. Without these outcomes, securing and maintaining a social licence will be extremely difficult.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Timms. I feel as though you're in a unique position to comment on social licence, as you've got members of both the unions, the MEU and the AWU, who are often direct beneficiaries of projects, yet in many areas, they live in those areas. I preface my comments with saying that I'm basing my commentary on the hunter.
Yes.
Many people, live in the local community where they might work in the extractive industries. And yet often we'll see a couple of things happening in terms of social licence. We'll have land use competition where other land users may feel as though social licence hasn't been gained. or you may have third-party organisations that have no connection to either the project or the local community inserting themselves in it. So I am really interested in how your members and your organisation goes about that social licence piece, because you I guess on one side you're a direct beneficiary, but on the other side you live in that community as well, and you know, the health ramifications, all of the things that go along with it. So it is really important that we hear from you. But yeah, if you, and you've given us a great summary there, but I am interested in hearing some of your insights into that. You know, how do we make these big? At the end of the day, this committee's been charged with quite a difficult thing, because we need and want to have social licence, but we also need to have big projects like rare earths and critical minerals, because quite frankly our economy and the world is dependent upon it. Absolutely. So we're at a really critical juncture.
Yeah. It might help if I explain a little bit of my background before I became a trade union official, just a little bit of context. So I'm a third-generation coal miner, coming out of the southern coalfields. So my grandfather worked in the coalfields, and my father and uncle in the Wollongong escarpment, and then up into the Burragarang Valley. The Burragarang Valley inevitably closed down, and they were transferred to the Tahmoor Colliery, which is probably one of the closest collieries to us here today, apart from Helensburgh. They worked there, and then I got employed there as well. It was, I think, part of my genes. So I was an underground coal miner for around 20, or just over 20 years, and then I got transferred over into the coal preparation plant, which does a lot of what the last speaker was talking about with flotation and processing and the rest of it. Yeah, and also we've always been out in the hill, Broken Hill, the Mining and Energy Union, and it's only been the last probably 18 months or so that we've had the New South Wales Mine Workers Alliance, where we've sort of started moving out more into the Parks Orange area. I was out in Cadia. I went out and met the Cadia management and the rest of it. So
they're extracting gold, just for the benefit of Hansard.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. So to get to your question from that, I've been lucky enough or unlucky enough to see the change in the coal industry. When I first started at Tahmoor Colliery, I worked with a lot of the Welsh miners, and that had come over after the coalfields had been closed in England and the likes. And it was hard yards, and certainly a baptism of fire for a young 20-year-old at the time. But look, it was good, and I learnt like the old school sort of way, and now I've seen the transition into where we are. What I have seen that we've really lost, I suppose, in this country with our mining and our mining towns and our regions is that the regions and the people in those communities used to fight for those mines, and it was part of their livelihood. It was part of the DNA of that town. The town that I partially grew up in was Tahmoor, and it was either you worked at a coal mine or in the turkey factory. And, you know, it used to get huge support. Unfortunately, what we've seen through multinationalism and the likes was that the employment model, companies wanted to employ outside of the district for all the obvious reasons that I won't get into today, but wanted to employ outside of the districts or have a FIFO type workforce. When you do that, there's nothing in the town for the town to fight for you. If you're delivering back to the town, back to the communities, that's where you get your social licence. That's where you'll get support. Otherwise, we will always, forever and a day, be at a loggerhead wherever we go to open up a new mine or a processing plant, unless the locals can see that they're going to derive something for their kids and something for themselves and the community out of it. The other part that I would like to speak to today is the safety side of what we have to do in this new industry. So we've had asbestos and we've had stone bench tops. Unfortunately, it appears going to have some other problems with some of the metalliferous mines and the likes that we need to make sure that from day one that we've got safety at hand, that we should be entering into this new industry saying we're going to hurt no one and everyone's going to go home alive, because that's what we should do. Unfortunately, that won't happen. Unfortunately, we will probably make people sick and people will probably die. And that's a terrible thing. And I hate that I have to say it like that, but that's just the nature of mining. They're difficult. It's sometimes in foreign places where humans sometimes shouldn't be, but that's where we need to be to get this resource. We've, in particular in New South Wales, under the New South Wales legislation on coal, we've got what I say is the world's best practice as far as health monitoring and surveillance in coal services. It's legislated under New South Wales legislation that from the day you start working in a coal mine, you go and get a chest x-ray, you'd have a health test, you're continually monitored for your progressive life through the coal industry. And we know when we're making someone sick, and we can stop and say, hey, you know, we're making people sick here, or that someone's getting adverse lung conditions or a lung disease. That's what we need to have in this new industry, because number one, we need to look after our people, our kids, and keep them safe.
No, I don't think you'd have any argument against that, but no, thank you. Who's going to go next? Do you want to speak up? Or you have, yeah. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Timms, for being present and also for your submission through to the hearing. My question relates to some content in your submission around communities. A statement: communities must also see real and direct benefits from critical minerals developments. Federal, state and local governments must work collectively and cohesively together to ensure a fair return. Now, New South Wales government did have a program that was investing back into communities that had the affectation of the resources sector through Resources for Region program that no longer is there.
That was royalties for the region.
Sorry, royalties for the regions.
Yeah.
Yep. Would you think that it would be fair and reasonable that at a state and federal level, some of the royalties and tax benefits that come out of critical minerals that we're specifically talking about here for new development should be under a new program that should be invested in those local communities? Absolutely,
yeah. It goes, I suppose, to the heart of what we need as far as the social licence, as I explained previously. There's a lot of holes in the ground throughout our country, because I somewhat think that we're more of a quarry for the rest of the planet sometimes, and that we've probably lost a lot of wealth in this country by not investing back into the communities. And as I said, like, if you can invest back in the communities through education, through whatever means you can, that community will support those operations. If not, what we'll continue to see is lobbying by local communities, councils and everyone else that resides in those areas to not have those operations there, because if they're not getting a net benefit from it, if their kids still have to move to the city for jobs and the likes, they'll have no care for it.
So the program that was previously delivered from the New South Wales State Government through that R4R program, do you think that was fit for purpose, and should be any further funding should be modelled on that? So it works in partnership with local government for community?
Yeah, just somewhat so, yes. It's a good start, but I think it could be more prescriptive in and around the approval process, that if there's an approval process, well then it's got to be put into that approval process what goes back to the community. Because unfortunately, if you leave that for some of the multinationals, they'll only put back in what they have to.
I was sort of angling more at state or Commonwealth governments funding back to communities through any of the royalties or taxes they might benefit from that individual project. Should that be invested back into the community through the council?
Through local council? Oh, Depends what local council it is, I suppose. It's a bit of a hard question, and to tell you the truth, probably not my forte. Probably more around like the safety and it needs to be put back into the communities. I don't know and can't. I'll probably have a good opinion on what that vehicle is, but for myself, I think I'd prefer if that was just some type of legislation through the governments rather than councils.
Okay, thank you.
No,
If that answers your question.
Yep.
Yep.
no, thank you. Mr Burnell?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just interested to try and tease out a little bit more about the need for educational institutions and the link to growing and sustaining a local workforce versus fly in, fly out, and just whether or not, well, an understanding that there probably does need to be a level of FIFO, but how do you get the balance right?
Yeah, absolutely. And there does. For the reasons being that sometimes some of these operations, like some of the coal operations, are in the middle of central Queensland. And no one particularly, I shouldn't say this, be rude, I hope there's no Queenslanders in the room, don't particularly want to reside there. And that for them, it's better for them to fly in, fly out. But look, as far as training and sharing the prosper, is that if a lot of the times you'll find, like say, like the Orange Parks area, that's a growing concern for rare earth minerals and the likes. A lot of the processing and what we're going to do there will require chemical engineers, and you've probably heard from a lot of that, and academics from the universities and the likes. The universities, majority of them for mining and the like, are in Newcastle or in Wollongong, for instance. So the kids from Parks and out in central New South Wales, unless they've got wealthy parents, they just simply are going to lose the opportunity of coming to the city and learning those skills, whereas the kids from the city, they'll learn those and they'll pass each other on the way as they're driving out to the mine site and the kids are driving this way to try and get work. We've got to do something so that we train local youth, local kids up and put that back into the community. That's why I say it must be done from the onset. A lot of times we've set industry up in this country and then training and the rest of it's an afterthought, training and safety. I think if we can get the framework right to train the kids in the bush.
So effectively having a partnership between the mining company, the local townships, educational institution, to provide a two-way flow of traffic, essentially.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Interesting. And do you going beyond just the educational piece, like what more needs to be done by mining companies to help empower local community to grow in a positive way? Because the reality is, growing up in regional Victoria, being the last metropolitan boundary in South Australia before you hit the regions, there's a lot of townships that have come and gone through the rise and fall of mining.
Yeah.
So what needs to be done to incubate that proper growth, the sustainable growth of local community in and around mining?
Yeah, well, so education, safety, but then also putting back into the local community, help building infrastructure, but also, supporting other industries for the day, because one day it will happen and we'll be charged doing what we're doing now with the Net Zero Authority, which is closing down the coal industry. Inevitably, those mines, they're mines, it's not a renewable, and they'll run out of whatever product. So, and that's where we see, the ghost towns and what could become ghost towns for Australia with the exit from carbon. We need to bulletproof them. We need to have a look into the future about when we set up those mining facilities, what happens afterwards. So we need other industries in there that grow and live with the critical minerals. For when the critical minerals finish, there's something left in the town, something left in the region.
And has either the MEU, the AW, or the new alliance done any work around what that future of work looks like in some of these mining towns?
Not at this stage. We're just currently in our infancy with the post-mine land use. So I'm real big with that, the critical minerals. There's a lot of post-mine coal land out there that could be taken up and used for it. In particular, processing and the likes. Like with processing, there's going to be quite a lot of processing with regards to critical minerals. And there's already processing plants with what the last gentleman was talking about at mine sites with flotations and cyclones and all sorts of stuff. The other thing that we need to be mindful of is that there's critical minerals, maybe rare earths, out there that's already been mined. It's just that they're laying around on the surface of a coal mine somewhere because we threw it out.
Sitting in tailings.
Tailings, yep. The fly ash out of the power stations and the likes. It may be that we don't have to remine, that we reprocess and use that. The other thing, until we run our mines, until no one else wants the coal, there can be critical minerals and rare earths in the coal seam or just below the coal seam, just above it. That should be tested to see whether it can be economically processed as part of the removal of the coal. It'd be a crying shame for us to be removing coal from coal seams and leaving critical minerals and rare earths in the ground, because in particular with underground coal mines, once we've been in there and mined, you're not going back in it. Mm-hmm. And you won't go back and get that resource. So I've, in my district, have been running a little bit of an awareness program with the mine managers to say, hey, why don't you test your sedimentary layers below and above the seams? But they're coal miners. It would be good that if there was some type of resource there and it was of national significance to us, that we say to them, well, you must mine that. We need that. We want that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just lastly, Chair, if you don't mind, do you think that mining companies are doing enough in local communities through supporting local infrastructure? Do they need to do more?
Yeah, they do. This probably sound like union bashing the boss up, but yeah, they do. A lot of the times we'll only really start to spend money in the communities and the rest of it when they're going through a new approval process or the likes. I think they could do a whole lot more in the communities than what they have been doing. Now, should I say that for all of them? No. But there's some characters out there that could do a whole lot better.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Timms. You'll be sent a copy of your evidence and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. But we sincerely thank you for your time and your submission and coming along today to give evidence. And, this committee has been charged with looking at social licence and economic drivers for a new industry in terms of critical minerals and rare earths, but it really is piggybacking off quite an old industry here in Australia, and I imagine that there's challenges and that we've seen before, but there's also new opportunities. There's ways to do it better. So hopefully we can take that back in our recommendations. And we thank you for your input.
Yeah, it is a great opportunity for us, and I'm sure we'll get it right. We know enough to get it right.
We do.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
And I'll now suspend proceedings until 2:40. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Is that you, Martin? now welcome the representative of the Business Council for Sustainable Development Australia to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Andrew Peterson, the CEO of the Business Council for Sustainable Development Australia.
Thank you so much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed with discussions.
Thank you very much. So, Chair, Deputy Chair, and the members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity for BCSD Australia to appear today. The BCSD, which is the longest name business NGO in the country, I think, is the Australian network partner of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We are a CEO-led business organisation that work with companies and other partners to support sustainable, competitive and inclusive Australia. The BCSDA supports the responsible development of Australia's critical minerals sector. We think that this is a nationally significant opportunity for the energy transition, advanced manufacturing, supply chain resilience and regional development, as well as positioning Australia strategically in the world. Our central point in our submission to the inquiry is that the opportunity will not be secured by speed alone. We think it will be secured if projects are commercially viable, locally legitimate and capable of producing durable regional value. In our view, social licence is not a peripheral issue and it's not merely a communications one either. It is actually a project delivery issue where trust is weak, local benefits are unclear, or cultural and environmental concerns are addressed too late. Projects often face greater risk of delay, dispute, workforce constraints, reputational damage, and ultimately weaker long-term support. At the same time, government cannot legislate trust into existence. Social licence is local. It is earned over time. The role of policy and you as policymakers is to improve the conditions in which trust can be built. That is why the BCSDA recommends a practical package of a National Good Practice Guide for social licence and shared regional value, social licence and regional value statements for major projects that receive Commonwealth strategic support, a First Nations partnership practice standard developed with First Nations representatives, targeted regional coordination pilots in high activity regions, proportionate public reporting, early closure and transition planning, and stronger integration of circular economy measures into critical minerals strategy. Our proposition, I hope, is simple. Higher social performance standards and stronger competitiveness are not opposing objectives. In a sector as strategic and as publicly scrutinised as critical minerals is and will most certainly be into the future, they are increasingly inseparable. So, our focus therefore today is, we hope, one you would consider to be practical. What operating disciplines would help projects proceed with stronger trust, clearer regional value and lower delivery risk? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I'll just afford the committee the opportunity to introduce itself. I'm Meryl Swanson, the Chair, a member for Paterson, which is just 2 hours north of here in the beautiful Hunter region and Port Stephens areas. And I'll turn to Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
And Jamie Chaffey, Deputy Chair of the Committee and Federal Member for the Cedar Parks.
Excellent. Now, it's really, this committee has been charged to look at, as you've pointed out, something that will probably be a competing things that will be competing factors in terms of social licence, but also economic productivity and benefits from this novel industry. But as we've learned throughout the day and in taking other evidence, whilst critical minerals and rare earths are new-ish in terms of Australia and our economy and the benefits that we hope to gain from them, it comes off the back of an area of extractive industries where we do have a wealth of experience, both good and bad, and we do have, mining services is one of our big exports, not only the things that we extract, but also the services, and it's an area of excellence in Australia as well. So there are both lessons to be learned and I think lessons to be shared, if I can use that expression. So in terms of communities and good practice, you've talked about this good practice guide in your submission. Would you like to sort of unpack that for us a little bit more, please?
Certainly, if I can. So, as we've said, we think the practical first step is to publish this National Good Practice Guide for Social Licence and Shared Regional Value in critical minerals. And in that regard, the purpose of it is to clarify expectations, not prescribe identical outcomes, so they already exist in many other spheres, but to give some clarity to all relevant stakeholders as to the expectations of what the particular enterprise of the application is. We think it should set out principles and operating disciplines, so early engagement, clear protocols as to how to engage, the grievance pathways that exist, because they're often not stated except explicitly as to, we'll talk to the council. Transparent benefit structures, the proportionality, and the issue of closure readiness. Now, we are highlighting the fact of closure readiness not because we want to see the operating mine closed. What we want to do is have a conversation about what are the circumstances in which it will be closed at some point in the future, and that to then be reviewed in and over time. That is both an economic as well as a social and an environmental issue, which historically in this country, and I speak from some experience because I was in fact the planning lawyer for the Donaldson coal mine in the Hunter Valley many, many years ago. And the issue of closure was, well, it's 13 years away, we don't have to worry about it. That's not acceptable in this modern age. And it's not acceptable from an economic point of view because that particular resource could go much longer than 13 years. But what were the circumstances in which consideration around closure would be in an appropriate circumstance, both for community but also for the developer and then obviously the mine operator? So the guide is less about what must be done and rather what can be done in circumstances where there are these challenges historically around elements that are not taken into account at the early stage. So that's the reason for suggesting it.
Okay. And Donaldson is an interesting one. I know it very well. I live very close to it, actually.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I am a close neighbour.
I remember it being there before there was that set of traffic lights at the...
Yeah, that's indeed it, yes. And of course it's neighbouring mine Bloomfield now.
A long time ago, yes,
Yes.
a galaxy far, far away.
Yes, indeed. So in taking up that example, were there things that you've mentioned that, there were things that they could have done better, but what were some of the things that they did well?
I would have to draw on some of our members, so who actually do give advice and do a lot of consultancy for the critical minerals as well as other extractive industry. I'm happy to take that question on notice and give you further detail. And there is a lot of good examples of highly respected, from a community point of view, of engagement in relation to both the development, the pre-design, the design, development, and then ultimate operation of mining operations. It's not so much that they have to be made compliance, but the challenge that we're asking is, can it be done as baseline so that everybody else is of the same mind when they come to developing and engaging in developing these, rather than necessarily there being one set of approaches for one mine application as opposed to another, and then there are different circumstances. And that shared lesson example, as you make, is that it could go into the best practice guide. So it would be an iterative thing that would then learn over time what is in fact increasing good practice. And that is actually reflected in a lot of mining operations in this day and age, in Australia particularly, because of the baseline that we've applied through our environmental approvals processes.
It's interesting, in terms of having a good practice guide, there's one thing to have a guide, it's another thing to enforce that guide, I suppose. What are your thoughts around that? I mean, we've got agencies like the Resources Regulator here in New South Wales, the EPA, the EPBC is a piece of legislation that more broadly covers some of what we're talking about.
Well, you do, thank you for the provocation, you do have, and as a historically as a planning lawyer, you do have examples like on-site and off-site licence management practices, which are a condition of consent. So that they do find their way into a obligation within the consent itself. They're not actually that often litigated by councils in relation to their practice, but they are used as the appropriate benchmark that needs to be undertaken by that particular enterprise. The other thing is, and I found this in a couple of councils' cases, that they will make those public so that other licence holders can look at them and learn what is good practice. And I guess that's what we're trying to aim for, this learn by others doing it well so that you can also take advantage of that particular practice and use it when you make your own application. So that we don't have this situation where particularly more start-up mining operations may not have the wherewithal by which to access some of the resources that some companies do have in relation to the development of the suite of tools that they'll bring before the consent authority. And this is a way to actually help them as well by seeing what others are doing before they put in their own applications.
It does seem as though from the evidence we've taken today, there's been some repetition of the point that social licence needs to be, two things that I've picked up, I think I'm reflecting this accurately. It needs to commence early.
Yes.
And it isn't a one and done type process. It tends to be something that you've got to take the community on the journey with you, and it's needs to be maintained and nurtured and looked after throughout the lifetime of the project as well. It's not like, you know, everyone's on board in the beginning, but then if the right thing isn't being done along the lifespan of the project, communities can soon turn, you know, and run from a project as well. So they're two things that I've picked up today quite clearly.
Yeah, I would also add that social licence is also a question of it needs to be concise. So it doesn't necessarily have to have four walls attached to it as to what social licence is or is not for the purpose of the project, but it does have to have some conciseness for the purpose of the developer. Because are they dealing with a broad stakeholder community, a defined stakeholder community, almost none, depending on where the location is. The other is it has to be proportionate to the scale and the risk and the local context in which it's operating. So if it's in or near a water catchment area, then that is going to be far more volatile than one that is not. Those kinds of issues have historically not been as thoroughly addressed as they might have been. And so for that, the engagement has to be thorough, but it has to be effective. And I say that for the purpose of the project developer as well as for the community. The question you raised, which is an interesting one, is can you revisit the relationship in and over time? And I would argue it can be through management plans that are always put into development consent conditions in any event. The notion of monitoring and then reporting back or having some sort of sunset clause that says it has to be revisited, as long as it doesn't go to the issue of further cost impost, that it's greater than what was anticipated at the time of the development being approved, is one that can be effective over the life of the operation, which is why we made the point about closure. Think about closure in a structural way rather than it happens at some point in the future and we'll worry about that if and when we really think we need to worry about it.
Okay. Are you happy to continue?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Peterson, thank you for your submission and for your attendance to the hearing today. My question relates to your recommendation number 4, and that is the concept of piloting a regional critical minerals coordination mechanism in a selected high activity region where cumulative impacts, shared infrastructure pressures, housing constraints, service demands and multiple project pipelines require a more coordinated planning approach. Interested in this concept, and we're also looking, besides the social licensing of these critical mineral projects, the concept of regional development. What does that look like? Is there an anticipation of this pilot coordination mechanism would also be utilised to advance detail through to government, both at a state and Commonwealth level, about what regional development is anticipated would be required and therefore funding support for those communities?
I guess in a perfect world, absolutely. In a realistic world, the premise for putting it forward was the concern that's been identified, at least in the consultation we had with our members, is that often project by project approaches become insufficient in terms of understanding cumulative effect. And that's a relevant issue both for the developers as well as for the community. So that this notion of piloting a regional coordination where the cumulative effects are made better understood is actually a help for the project as well as for the community. And that is particularly true in relation to bird species, for example. It is known within most project applications under the EPBCA and or state-based planning approvals that there is a lot of very thorough content that tells you about an individual species and the impact of that particular project. But when it comes to the cumulative understanding of what that means, it is not there. And so one of the things that we've advocated for a number of years is that that kind of data needs to be made available for all out of a planning approvals process, so that you can better get the regulatory agency and or government departments better understanding what are the cumulative effects of both projects. But importantly, if there's data available, for example, of a particular, if not threatened or a threatened species, that you have a better understanding of what on-ground projects understand is the impact of these particular projects if there's going to be more in that area. And so, to answer your question in a very long-winded way, the answer would be yes, you would need some government support in relation to how, at a strategic geospatial level, much like geoscience does in relation to minerals, you'd have a geoscience approach in relation to areas where there was the opportunity for developing critical minerals and rare earth mineral projects, but that in the application process the information would become available, perhaps not during the course of the application, because that could be considered commercial in confidence, but once it's approved, there's no downside, in my humble opinion, in that information then being aggregated into a cumulative approach so that regional planning can be done better.
So I guess a more direct question, could that, if that pilot was to be established, would that be a good mechanism to advise government on where funding requirements would be needed, particularly with infrastructure for communities?
Absolutely.
And a little aside, and different to what we're actually talking about with critical minerals here, would that also be true for the likes of renewable projects?
I wouldn't disagree with that particular approach either.
Thank you.
That's interesting.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I don't know why I use that particular metaphor.
That's all right. You've also talked about the development of a First Nations partnership practice standard.
Yes.
So, you know, what should it cover? How should it be developed? how should it be applied? That can we flesh that out a little bit more, just for the evidence of the committee? You know, I know you've mentioned it in your submission, but it would be good just to hear a little bit more about that.
Yes. Let me go to. Do you have a particular answer for that one? So, let me explain the premise for this. The premise for this has come about because we do have representations of First Nations businesses within our membership, and we in fact have a First Nations director on our board who is very critical in our consideration and deliberation about how we bring about this. So the raison d'etre for it was to have a means by which to have better engagement with traditional owners. So that's the reason why it's there. In terms of what it is, that ultimately is a matter for deeper thinking. Should it be considered something worth thinking about further? But if I look at the underlying objective of it, it would be for good practice to go beyond minimum statutory consultation.
Okay.
So that it would have a deeper conversation. It should start probably earlier, and taking the point from the other member of the committee a moment ago in relation to how you go about thinking about these things in a more regional way. It could actually be brought about at the time that regional consideration of development of projects was happening, so that First Nations considerations were brought into being. The challenge that we found is that not starting early enough has led to project design that has to be rethought. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong, either that the project design was wrong, it was flawed, nor that the consultation raised any major concerns, but the fact was that it should have been brought in at the time of project design. Is that a fault of the developer and or its consultants? Minds may differ, but the simple fact is that if it was there for a practice standard, then it would be a requirement for it to be thought through at that particular time. It should recognise First Nation engagement, not just consultation quality. We've called it a governance quality, so almost the way in which you consider the application. It definitely should be developed, we think, with First Nations representatives, and it should complement rather than subsume any existing legal obligations or negotiated agreement processes that currently exist. It should definitely not cut across them. In practical terms, our thinking was that it could cover early identification of relevant rights holders and affected groups, appropriate timeframes, agreed engagement protocols, appropriate consent pathways, the cultural heritage protections that may or may not exist at the time, governance arrangements for the life of the project. Again, the conversation about closure is relevant there, and the capacity support where there is a material imbalance between the expectations of the developer and what the community, what the First Nations input may or may not want. And then, I guess, a transparent treatment about how the issues of how they're raised are influencing the project design, so how they're being taken into account. So for us, the strap line here is that the test isn't whether people were spoken to, whether First Nations were spoken to and there's a box that's ticked. It's whether the engagement was actually early, legitimate, influential and supported by a governance arrangement that could endure.
I'll come to you in a moment, Mr. Burnell, but I'll just ask you, and possibly this is a comment as well, but in my experience in the last 10 years of public life with projects that in some cases have been very controversial,
yes,
there's been a tension between departments who are charged with regulatory oversight, approvals processes, going through that box ticking exercise that you've just referred to, saying, well, we've consulted with X, Y and Z groups.
Yep.
Sometimes I'm not sure that the consultation was of the quality it should have been. But the other part of this, and I do understand it, where you've got an agency going out seeking community consultation and going to the community and asking them for their thoughts and their input on a project, and the community quite rightly saying, well, we don't know enough about it to give you a genuine sort of insight, and the community sort of having more questions. And I've been in a room and witnessed this, where we've had departmental heads and they're sort of saying, oh, we want to consult with the community about, you know, what they think the perceived benefits and drawbacks of this project might be. And, you know, really insightful community members saying, well, we need to know a little bit more about this project before we can actually give our insight into it. And it really became a chicken and egg situation where those people tasked with approving at times didn't appear to have the information that the community was seeking, or it was commercial in confidence, or there was a whole range of factors limiting the availability of the information. And I'm just really seeking to talk to you about those sorts of things, because I've seen it time and time again where the community have got legitimate questions. Sometimes social media has played a role in misinformation and disinformation. And the whole thing's become very heated and caused a lot of anxiety when it probably didn't need to be that way. So I'm interested in your thoughts, whether you've encountered similar things, whether you've had experience, what your, as a peak body, what your membership tell you about that. You know, how do we do those embryonic phases of consultation and trying to garner social licence better?
I'd answer that in two ways. Again, the feedback from the members that are deeply involved in applications for the industry. To be frank, we don't have any member that is of the industry. Mm-hmm. So we don't have a minor that is a member of our organisation. But as I say, we have a lot of members who are delivering advice and quite often taking the lead in relation to the development of these particular projects. The clarion call becomes consult, consult, consult.
Yes.
And that has both a yin and a yang to it. The yin being, that's great if you've got the time and the money to do it. And the flip side to that is, but is there not a unvirtuous loop that ends up not getting something done as a result of consultation? And that's because I think communities, and I don't talk about just this particular inquiry, but communities aren't brought in often enough about what is the game plan for development. They are brought to well, more often than not, they're told by their next door neighbour across the fence that somebody's just lodged an application, and what do you think about that? And you've instantly got to crystallise your view without having any real understanding of what the context of that particular application is. My personal experience, again, for my sins, I was the lawyer who got the approval for the Capitol Wind Farm in Bungendore, the one that Treasurer Hockey didn't like. But my experience there was, it wasn't so much First Nations, it was farmers. And the farmers did not have any, and to take exactly your point, at the time that it was foreshadowed, where are they going? What are these wind turbines going to look like? How many are they going to be? You can't have it because, they'll get in the way of the planes landing in at Canberra Airport. All of these questions were entirely valid. And the first stumble was not to anticipate this. That's the first thing. So there does have to be almost an agent provocateur within an applicant to think about these things and have that robust internal conversation, because to us that goes to the issue of governance. You've got a better handle about the way in which the risk associated with the application is going to be met. But the second was my point about consult, both within community through council at that particular point, but also property by property and then community by community. And at the end of the day, through agreed commercial arrangements, but also through a better understanding about exact placement and what the timing and the phasing of the development was going to be, and then how often they were going to be on and not on. And interestingly, the most learnt lesson was how the energy market worked, because nobody had ever explained. You know, it's that classic "where does milk come from" question. And so the level of agitation at the end of the consultation process was a lot less than it was at the very beginning, because, and they said, somebody had spent the time to explain the entire compass of what the issue was. That wasn't just the application of a mine, it was the mine in context of country, the mine in context of a community, and the mine in context of an economy. And when they understood that and they saw that there was going to be, in that particular case, it was the protection of a couple of farms that were actually going to go under, they were very comfortable with that being part of their community. And to this day, the guy who started it actually goes as a regular attendee to council meetings to just catch up with the community in relation to how the wind farm is going. And I think it's a very interesting observation about how the developer themselves takes pride in relation to the way they've created community, rather than necessarily a project as such. But, you know, in one sense, we got lucky, because that's the way in which it was done. And the thing, and you raise a very valid point, in this day and age of social media, it's very hard to be able to control that message. But I guess it goes back to that time-old notion of consult, so that you are there to address on ground the concerns that are being raised by individuals who may not be anywhere near the site, let alone the community.
Yes, well, actually, I will pick that point up. Often we see third parties, if I can use that descriptor, coming in who may not have any connection to the project nor the community, but, you know, wanting to have a fairly big say in the direction that the project takes. So.
Yeah, but absolutely. But in that case, and this is why this inquiry to us was so important, is it needs to be grounded in what the community want to see as part of their future, not what somebody sitting in level 13 of a building at 60 Margaret Street necessarily wants, but what they want for the benefit of their community, both economically, socially and environmentally. And it may sound a little trite, but it is quite important to take the point earlier in relation to renewable projects that are the next wave of energy transition. They will also have impact, and they are having impact. Critical minerals is also a very necessary part of that transition. And so not to have that conversation with Australia as a community, but then also on ground as a community, I think is a missed opportunity, because of the way in which we haven't thought and seen as the fundamental honesty of what extractive industry can provide to Australia when it's done better than everybody else. That's the other thing. Let's not. We've long advocated that if we do it as miners better than anybody else, everybody will flock to us to ask how to do it better than everybody else, because the ease to approval, the trust in the community, and the economic upside of getting something approved faster than anybody else is something we should also harness as a value, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for providing evidence today. I'm just interested to... I get the need for social licence, etc., around all of this, but ultimately, at some point, there's going to be an intersection around whose use of land sits at the top of the priority chain and gets the right to say, pick me over somebody else. Yep. For example, agriculture versus mining, or First Nations heritage versus agricultural mining. Like, how do you get the choice right in what can be a highly competitive environment to the individual whose priority sits higher than the others? And would it be fair to say that if you're a mining company, you potentially have more financial sway over a community that might be struggling than a potential farmer? How do you manage that imbalance of power?
I don't have a neat answer for you. You're absolutely right, but that tension around the value of land, and as First Nations would argue, the value to country, becomes a prescient one at a time in transition of which we're at, and the loss of agricultural land. In one sense, if renewables are done well, we won't have a loss of agricultural land. Why? Because there are very innovative ways of doing solar panels these days that allow, and there's proof points right across the globe at the moment in relation to the use of solar panels on agricultural land, arable agricultural land, that actually enhances the livestock. Why? Because they're under shade. And shade doesn't have to be provided anywhere else. Now, that's a very twee way of trying to answer the question. I don't know the answer. You're paid the big bucks and sit in that big house in Canberra to be able to mull over these points, notwithstanding the fact that as a federation, each and every state and territory gets to make its own decision.
The joy of that.
And you're just lucky through the Intergovernmental Agreement on the Environment under 1992 to be able to say yes. But I think it's the conversation we haven't had as a country. We tend to allow it just to happen. And I think that this, and again, this is why we put the submission into this inquiry. It was, to us, the very first time anybody had ever asked the question, what is the social licence to be able to do something which is a transition, going into transition? This is the very first time that this is such an exciting opportunity. And yet it has to be done even better than we've done it in the past. Australia was up there in 2002 when I went to the World Summit on Sustainable Development and the work that was done by the International Committee on Mining and Metals. And we held our head high because we had a much better way of dealing with Indigenous people, First Nations people, than any other country in the world. Yes, there were instances in relation to it being done badly, but as a whole, the commitment by the community, by the mining community, the extractives and minerals processing community, was exemplary compared to everybody else. Arguments may to and fro as to whether that's waned, but at the end of the day, I think my point is that if a country determines that its future pathway looks like the value of these types of developments in conjunction with community benefit, First Nations outcomes, then it is in one sense behoved of all of us to make sure that it's done as well as we possibly can, acknowledging that particularly agriculture can actually go along for the ride where we think innovatively about what role it plays. We tend to think, and this has been true of the hunter for years, it's wine versus horses versus mining. And that can't be right anymore. And I don't know the answer, and you want to put me on a committee and think about it, I'm more than happy to do that. But I just think that the moment in time allows us to think through what the elements, as you rightly say, of the building blocks of a future growth path look like, where the social licence is taken into account. And again, I'm talking about it as a governance issue, not a right to either refuse or approve an instant application. That won't work in this country because it just won't. It'll break down.
Now, it sort of brings me to my next topic of discussion. The reality is that this is a bit of a renaissance for the mining sector in large parts, going back 40, 50 years to the same sort of levels of scalability now.
Yep.
What I'm interested to understand is at some point we will get to the remediation end of the cycle, and history would say that we haven't got that right when it comes to the effects on local communities at the end of the life cycle. How do we better manage that transition away from the mining cycle into the remediation phase and ensuring that communities don't fall over and cease to exist and we end up with ghost towns? How do we better get that balance right so that the future of work is secured for those local communities, that there is industry, that will be able to stand on its own 2 feet post mining?
There's some very good examples, I think, in your state and also in New South Wales in relation to remediation that are good examples of on-site activity rather than necessarily sort of a business plan associated with the next life. And that's probably the issue that government more than the developer has to think about, which is what is the next life of this particular use of land going forward. Now, in New South Wales, and I've experienced a couple myself, the technical innovation associated with remediation is actually very high, without a shadow of a doubt. But the way in which it's thought about economically is not thought about until the time it thinks about what the cost of the innovation associated with remediating looks like. And that, I guess the point we're making is it kind of needs to be brought forward. There's no harm in discussing what does this look like after closure. It doesn't have to be, well, what's the business plan? It doesn't have to be, so you're going to shut down in 13 years' time, are you? It doesn't have to be any of that, but it could be. So if planning looks like this going forward, history tells us that it could be done, I don't know, it could be quasi-industrial, it could be urban, who knows what it could be. Is this something that, as the local consent authority in particular, and perhaps even the state authorities, need to also think about what the strategic plan, going back to the issue about regional cumulative impact, what would it look like in 13 years if this was successfully mined and it's going to be shut down? And what could we do with that? I can't think of an instant example, and I'm happy to go and ask. I'm happy to take that as a question. It's a really good point because, working with miners in the past around technical remediation has not been the problem. It's what do you do with the orphan site as a result?
Correct. And I just putting this out there, does there need to be more fluidity around that aspect of the process, because what's relevant today may not necessarily be economically viable or relevant technologically in a decade or two's time. And baking things in doesn't necessarily deliver the best possible outcome.
Yeah, I'd say fluidity, not ambiguity. I mean, the investor is going to want to know what this site's going to do afterwards as well, because if you can make a buck out of what its next life is going to be. The notion of circularity is not irrelevant at this juncture either. It's not just the circularity of the material and the way in which it's brought to market through production process, but what's the circularity of the use of land? Have we thought through that? We tend to allow it to go into public hands and it turns into a park or some sort of drainage. That can't be right. There are very, very interesting examples overseas of the use of former enclosed mines being used for energy generation, for example. And there was an example, I think, somewhere in Australia where that was going to be proposed. But then, of course, we go to the question, so are you going to close down by the time that we can use it for the particular purpose? So.
I think you're referring to green gravity, which
which
was the project in Wollongong where they're dropping very heavy metal objects down mine shafts to generate energy.
Yes, it's being done in Sweden as well.
Yeah, no, I have.
I think it's yet to be proven, but again, it's kind of funky, and you think, well, there's the innovation that comes from, because if I've been boring just for one moment, I do think we think of the industry, the mining industry, as it does its job and then that's it. I do think we have to think and help the industry think about, well, what's its life cycle in relation to use of land for the purposes of, right? And you've got these really interesting examples overseas of second order life in relation to mining sites, because there is now a demand for something else that was found to be a trace element or was found to be a tailing. It's the other issue.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Burr. No, and it's actually interesting. I know in your submission you do talk about recycling, and I have a belief that given some of this critical minerals, rare earth value, that we may well be visiting some of the, prior mine sites. And we did have some evidence today of, the energy union saying maybe in the strata of a mine, if we're just looking for coal, are there other things that, we should be looking for in those seams as well? So that's probably coming down the pipeline, that we'll see potential second lives for mines if they realise that they've got other rare earths or critical minerals in them that are sitting in tailings areas or wherever. So I do think that's somewhat prescient that you've spoken about that. Look, thank you for your submission and your time today. It's been really interesting to read through your materials, and I do hope in answering one of the things that you were musing about there, how do we do it better? I hope this inquiry is an indication that as a parliament, we are serious about trying to approach this new opportunity that is critical minerals and rare earths from a new perspective and doing it better. We're hopefully learning the lessons of, where we've not done it so well in the past, and we're looking to not only capture a new economic driver for our country, but also gain the social licence so that will be better for our communities as well. So I think that's an important driver of what we're trying to do. So thank you very much. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. And we thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to come and present to you, and good luck with all your work.
And I now declare that this public hearing today is closed. Thank you so much.
I knew I stood between...